Hello, the Uzbek executive
Hand it to
business.
me,
Oh,
go.
okay,
Hand
all
it
right,
to it.
here we go.
Hand it to it.
I didn't realize that cottage cheese isn't an actual cheese. It just occurred to me.
That's where we're starting. That's where we're starting this brand new week. This brand new week. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. No. They fucked it up with dad jokes. Bits, you cheeky little devil, coming in with a prime for 28 months. Let me say hello. How you doing, friends? Welcome on into the Cult of Vane, the home of hedonism here in this little corner that we call twitch.tv/Val and Vane. Or if you're watching the VOD, then VODs and Vanity on the old YouTubes, the tubes of you. Oh! Yeah. Bits coming in with the prime. Use your prime fucking anyway, and you choose to use it here. I appreciate that. Look, friends, we've got a new mirror. I'll show you the other mirror in a second. All right, let me do this fast. 3, 1, 4. Always get the numbers wrong. By having your name on the mirror of Vane Immune, you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bomb Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing as well, you know, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Goddamn, shiny new mirror and everything, right? Shiny new mirror, you cheeky little devil, you. Do you want to see the other one? Look. Here it is. With all of its glory. We've got brand new pens as well. So it is well and truly bloody full. Well and truly. I will hang that up properly at some other point, alright? Alright, let me say hello to everybody. How are you doing, you cheeky little devils, you? Renar, how you doing? Scar, welcome on in. Milky Pork, you cheeky little devil. How's it going? You're considering ordering fish and chips? Do it. Do it. If you're indulging it, do it. By all means. Do you know what I mean? Kel's the Mad, I am late indeed. I was needing to do other social medias on other platforms because if you miss a day, then you're fucked, basically. You got to get into the algorithms every single day, and if you miss a day, you're fucked. I got caught up because I was filming stuff, and my face wasn't working properly, and I need to do all the bits and pieces. It was a whole thing. You know? But we're here now, and that's the important thing. I've got tea, even more tea. Today is like a 4-cup of tea day. Do you know what I mean? This is my 4th cup of tea. Normally I have 1 or 2 in this weather, but here we are. You know what I mean? Tiny Dinky, welcome on in. Howdy from Texas. Howdy from the United Kingdom. Or I say, you're there, governor. You're You know, we could do either. Oh, tea is good. Been kind of time for a lot of today. Not sure why. I'm very sleepy today. I don't know why. I'm like I've slept enough since Ken. I should have been able to be all right. I don't know why I'm so sleepy now, but here I am. Here I am in a lost and lonely part of town. For shame. I know, right? It's outrageous. Aries, tell me how you doing. I'm always late. How dare you? How dare you? It's true, but that's not the point. All right. That is not the point. I'm here now. You should be appreciative of the fact that I'm here now. What more do you want in your life? Do you know what I mean? What more do you need? What more do you need? Come on now. What does it say about me never noticing? That's all right. It's not a problem. Then I think Valen says he's in even number. Add another 5 minutes to it. Look, I resemble that remark. I can't deny it. It's true. How you doing, Zabadi? And how you doing, you beautiful mean? Ilawana, welcome on in. I was indeed making tea. That's exactly what I was doing. That's actually 100% correct of what I was doing. I mean, it's due any second. Yeah. Just Monday. The thing is, I would like if I start late, then I still have to wait for the fucking adverts to run. Do you know what I mean? Those bastard adverts. But the adverts run right at the beginning, so I'm like, cool, if I do like a starting soon bit, then I can run the adverts then, and I won't have to worry about it. I got caught up with doing a million other bits and pieces, you know. Alexandra Griffin, hello, you beautiful individual. How's it going? I don't think I've got any mods in, but I will give you a cheeky little shout out because you're a wonderful human being. I'll do it myself. Oh, having to do things all by myself. Oh, what a palaver. People go check out my dear friend. Alexandra Griffin has started Dispatch now. Alexander Griffin, I would like to say, is super into superheroes, but as we all know, it's got nothing to do with the superheroes and is entirely to do with the spandex outfits that they're wearing, okay? Look, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. We just know this about Alexandra, okay? She's just like that. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Everything to do with the spandex. Like, I knew it. I knew it. That body-hugging spandex. God damn. God damn. She just loves that shit, right? Terry MB, welcome on in. Valen is never late. He's always exactly the time he intended. Yes, absolutely. And the time I intend is late. That's right. Drew Midian, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Would you like hugs? I'm all right for that. Oh, Scar. Yes, Scar will give you hugs. Scar, absolutely. At the moment, I'm too fucking toasty for hugs. Normally, I'm well up for them, but right now, I am persp. I am persp of the under armpits and what have you, you know. Nor is he early. I come exactly when I mean to. I arrive exactly when I mean to. That's the one. That's the one. How you doing, Prince Ali, you cheeky little devil? Welcome on in. How's it going? Happy Pride to you as well, Max Wattage, you beautiful bean. All of the Pride shenanigans. We love Pride. Pride is a good place to be, for sure. What do I have to Google to search all of these cool animations? A lot of them, like, you get from other people's channels. Some of them, so basically, they're called emotes. And some of you unlock if you take part in like a hype train, for example. Some of them, they are just universal. Everyone can use, like, if you're a subscriber to this channel, you get to use my emotes. It's that kind of thing. That kind of thing. I don't think we've got like a Pride emote. I should probably get Abby Stabby to make us a Pride emote, realistically speaking. Try abstract liquids. Oh lordy, found all the new things. Month, how you doing, you cheeky lover? Or should I say April? Salty Seeking, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Well, is Dubba to Look finally renamed? Oh, right, welcome on in, welcome on in. Do you prefer Salty Seeking then? I will happily give you that name for sure. For sure. It's a perfect Monday for you. Went for my annual mammogram today and everything is fine. Still no cancer to be seen. I'm very, very glad to hear that. I know that you were quite nervous about it, a little anxious about it, so I'm glad that it's all gone swimmingly well, you know. Yeah, I know. God damn it, Eris, ruining the morning by giving us bloody dad jokes. Tin of Ginge, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? My kids are having a little barbecue in the garden, and I have promised, they've promised you a burger. They aren't kids. In which case, indulge in the burger. Milky Pork, thank you for gigantifying my pouty face. What a pouty face it is as well. What a pouty face it is. Phoenix of the Fence, how you doing, you beautiful human being? Also, Valen Chat, I have some great news. I have come out to a close friend this weekend as gender fluid individual, happy with any pronouns, but I thought I would chat. Very congratulations, Kels. Congratulations. Bravo. Bravo. I'm glad that you found something about yourself that you feel more comfortable with in your own skin. This is wonderful news. Brava. Brava. Absolutely, you beautiful being. Congratulations. Congratulations. Time for a little study break. How you doing, Bay Nation? How's it going? And so it begins. Yes, yes. Well, finally, I've actually caught up on the mirror now. So it did take me a couple of fucking hours to write out all of the names. And then when I filled the big mirror, the big long mirror, I had to then... Ooh, cheeky. I then had to write... Oh, this is in the way now. I then had to write all of the names from this mirror into the Grimoire of Vayne. And then clean this mirror down and then write the last few names around the edge. All right. It was a whole thing. It's taken a lot of time. Far longer than I ever meant it to, you know? You know? And wonderful day to you. Wonderful day to you as well, Prince, you beautiful being. Well met, my fellow peasants. What excellent on this most beautiful day of the week where we get to get back into the arms and slay thine enemy and bottle their fear and blood and into a fine wine and enjoy a midsummer night. Not at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination, B-Nation. I don't bottle the fear and blood of my enemies. I bottle their animosity. I bottle their spite. I bottle the fact that they feel extremely jealous of how confident I am and the fact that I keep succeeding in the things that I keep dreaming of. There is no need to slay our enemies when we can make them excessively jealous just by existing. That's what I'm all about. That's what I'm all about, you know? Adventurous Sky, welcome on in. How you doing, you beautiful bean? Thank you very much for coming out and saying hi. How you doing? How's it going? New mirror, yes. It was the one that was hiding behind this light here. But I was going to do this one, and I was like, no, I don't want that. And then I was like, oh, maybe I'll do this one. I was like, no, I don't like that one. I was like, oh, do you know what? We haven't used this one in a while. I used that one instead. Chucks away! Hello, you beautiful being. Welcome on in as well. How you doing? How's it going? Terry MB, how you doing? Bits, you beautiful individual. How's it going? You love that mirror, the really long one. It is beautiful. It is a beautiful mirror. It has to be said. It has to be said. One True Cripple, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Relaxed Views, hello, you cheeky devil. How's it going? Am I as well and truly covered in pen spaff? You know it. You know it. What else would I need, right? What else do I need in my life other than to cover my mirrors in pen spaff? You know what I mean? You're new on here and you've just discovered my channel. Well, you are very, very welcome here, friend. You're very, very welcome. We do our absolute best to indulge and welcome each other, and as long as everyone's over the age of 18 and a consenting adult, we're all good. We're all good. Do you know what I mean? My brain feels fried due to studying for my renewal of the CEH V10 certification, plowing through 1879 pages, 1,879 pages. That is a lot of pages. That is a lot of pages, I have to say. That's far more pages than I have the patience for. Far more pages. You know what I mean? Are you even English if you don't have buckets of tea? Yes. Do you know what? I'm going to say yes, Tint of Ginge, because there are a lot of people in this country who are completely English that don't like tea. They're wrong, but they don't like tea. All right? They're still English. They're just wrong. Do you know what I mean? They're allowed to not like tea. They're just wrong about their opinions because tea is wonderful. You know what I mean? It's not their fault. It's not their fault. They must have gone through something in their life where they saw me drinking tea and realized how beautiful it was and thought I will never be able to achieve that level of beauty, so I'm not even going to drink tea in the first place. That's the only excuse. That is the only excuse. What more could they fucking need, right? Citrines, guys, hello, you beautiful individuals. Abadian, you beautiful being. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing okay. My tea comes in one of those big tankers. They're usually for oil. Ooh, very, very nice. Oh, Eris Ptolemy. I don't know whether you're here or you're just lurking in the background or what have you. But just so you're aware, I have now officially finished the first season of Interview with the Vampire. And I have begun the second season of Interview with the Vampire with my little group of friends where we have cocktails. And we actually had cocktails, vegan sushi, and vampire shenanigans on Friday, which was wonderful. And then I played Cyberpunk on Saturday with my TTRPG friends, and then my little brother ran a one-shot Call of Cthulhu game on Sunday, which was very interesting. I've not played Call of Cthulhu before, but I quite liked it. I have to say. Where were we? Raven Lunatic, hello, you beautiful individual. Major Jiggle as well. Hello, you cheeky devil. Comes from one of those big tankers, usually just oil, just piped straight in. They have a little fire underneath it to keep it nice and boiling, right? Need TwitchCon keeping in mind when Ken is, and move the con to a different date. So Zabadian, TwitchCon EU next year is... Let me pull up my diaries. Too many things going on. So TwitchCon next year, TwitchCon EU is in Berlin. It is the 21st, the 22nd and 23rd, but they'll do the partner party on the 21st. And then the following weekend, the 28th, is Ken. So I am looking at, and I have currently booked, I haven't paid for, but I have booked hotels in Berlin in order to make sure that I have that option available, because I would like to go to TwitchCon Berlin and see everybody and say hello to everybody, but it depends on how much I really get sorted, because we are making Ken bigger next year. Ken, for those people who don't know, is the cabaret that I run. It's kind of like the Moulin Rouge fucks the Rocky Horror Picture Show. But we're making Ken bigger next year. And therefore, I will need to make sure that everything is fucking solid and prepared and ready to fucking go. Otherwise, I cannot afford to go to. I can't afford the time to go to TwitchCon Berlin next year. But TwitchCon Berlin is happening in a different weekend to Ken next year. So that should be good. That should be all right. That should be okay. For those people that are new here, I try and read everybody's messages, so I might be a little bit behind. Don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm just trying to catch up. If there's a first-time chatter, I'll say hello. You remind me of the bad guy from The Mask. That's a new one. I didn't think I had quite that level of jaw angle going on. I would have accepted the bad guy from Fern Gully. That would have worked for me. I'm not going to lie. But I can, you know what I mean? I can work with it. Whatever you envision me as in whatever delightful fantasies you obviously have about me, because why wouldn't you? Then I can work with it. Do you know what I mean? I'm a very adaptable individual. Tony Alcoholic, how you doing, you beautiful individual? And Sandy Joe, hello you cheeky devil. Been lurking for many a stream, but thought I'd finally pop in and say hi. I really enjoy your stuff on Instagram and these streams as well. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I actually, today's reel that went out on Instagram and TikTok and all of the other social medias was a poem by my friend. Many of you know Stacey the Linguist. Well, Stacey the Linguist sent me a copy of their poetry book, not because they wanted me to read out, not by any stretch of the imagination. They very specifically were just like, this is not an obligation or anything like that. I just would like you to read my poetry because you're a very close friend and I respect you. And I was like, that's really, really kind of you. In fact, they actually wrote in the front of it. In fact, I won't read it out. I won't read it out without Stacey being here because I don't want to. It's a personal message, and I don't want to read it out without their permission. Do you know what I mean? But I read one of their poems, which from their book, "Aggressive Yearning from the Clitoris," and yeah, that's what I did this evening because people have been saying, "Oh, you should do audio work." So I was like, do you know what? I'm gonna do that. I recorded it a couple of days ago, but I still released it today. You know what I mean? 5 minutes starting soon thing trying to get rid of the ads, except Twitch sometimes takes ages to start the ads and it still overruns. Yeah, I am unfortunately aware of that, Milky Pog, but I do my best. I do my absolute best. According to my side, it's always done by the time I say hello, but Twitch be like that sometimes for sure. Major Jiggle, you beautiful being. How you doing? How's it going? Good evening, beautiful gremlins, ghouls, and chaos demons. That's me. I put the suck in succubus. Finally sold all my data. You sold data? Excuse me, what? What did you do? Everything to do with the spandex. Oh, is this in-game? Or is this just you decided to just sell your data on the internet? Because be careful. Glad to be here makes me all giddy, but I gotta go to work. Well, I hope the work today is as ever busy enough to be quick, but not busy enough to be stressful. Lunicorn, how you doing, you beautiful bean? Couldn't go there without you. Oh, yeah, Zabadian is a gem. Zabadian is a gem. Fuzzball. 9 months.
Almost
11 months.
Flee.
Almost a year, Fuzzball. But before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside and between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the Raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. It's Jam Jar Brain. Hello, Jam, you beautiful, beautiful human being. How are you doing, you cheeky little devil? What were you up to today? Tell me all about it. Tell me all the bits and pieces. Tell me what's going on. Same thing we do every raid, Pinky. Try to take over the stream. You beautiful human being, you. How's it going? How are you doing, you cheeky little devil? Tab merge? Love to see it. Love to see it. People from my stream, go check out Jam Jar Brain. Jam Jar Brain is one of our wonderful moderators. Also a very, very good friend of mine. Has come back to streaming relatively recently, doing some Magic the Gathering. Oh, cool. I know. Was watching you play Trine the other day with Pix, and I had great fun. I've been very, very busy recently trying to get my fucking world back on track. So I've not been able to interact as much, but I very much enjoyed watching you play with Pix when you were playing Trine the other day. So I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time. Friends, go and check out Jam Jar Brain. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, If you're under the age of 18, you shouldn't have been in Jam Jar's stream, but on the off chance you're under the age of 18, you somehow have slipped by, I have to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. We talk about sex all the time. In fact, there's a good chance we'll be talking about it this evening, because Jam Jar Brain 6 days ago asked me a sex education question, and I haven't answered it yet. Fuzzball69, I should not describe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror at Veiny means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky little devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. And by being a paid subscriber, you take us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for June. And you get a discount on all of our merchandise. But the most important thing is, well, you know, after nearly a year, you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Yeah, you cheeky little devil, you. Where was I? Tried and failed to play Magic the Gathering on stream. The app died on me after I showed the tutorial, but we had fun looking at the cards nonetheless. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that you made the most out of a shitty situation, Jam Jar. I'm glad you made the most out of a shitty situation. And also, friends, if any of you need to disappear off, if you need to go grab snaffly treats, if you need to go grab delightful beverages, please go and do so. Please do what you need to do as much as... Fuck me. As much as I love your attention, and you know I love your attention, it's giving me little belches. That's how much I love your attention. As much as I love your attention, I fully understand that your lives do not revolve around me. You've got your own stuff going on. You know what I mean? Just go do your bits and pieces. Rach, hello, how you doing? Right, where the fuck was I? There I was. Okay, cool. It wasn't there. You can always call the fuel rats. Oh, you were talking about Elite Dangerous. I got you. You do indeed prefer it? No worries, Salty Seeking. I got you. They shall henceforth be known as mammograms. That is the best way, honestly. Not a mammogram, a mammogram. For sure, Wanterable, for sure. Given how queer the Valen and the community are, every emo here is a pride emo. I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. We are very queer-coded here, for sure. For sure. One of them out of sync in my chat. What's out of sync? Huh? Can't even grow straight hair. That's hilarious. Love that. Adventurous Sky, hello, you beautiful individual. My hair, every type of texture, you know. That always checks out. I love that. Have you found, Tin of Ginger, have you found like specific hair techniques that you use, like hair treatments that you use to keep it delightfully in tame, as it were? I have recently been experimenting with some stuff, but nothing has worked as well as my usual argan oil scenario going on. Do you know what I mean? Kindrin, hello, you cheeky little devil. How's it going? I found you on Facebook. Chucks away. You say, I found you on Facebook and your page is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for including people of every walk of life. I love your channel and keep up the work. We need more to be more inclusive. So thanks from a fellow disabled person too. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much. We have a wonderfully diverse community here in Twitch. Like this community is extremely diverse in age, in nationality, in race, religion, ability, disability, etc., gender, sexuality. Where I'm very, very, very lucky to have such a wonderfully diverse community, because I am also very well aware of the fact that I am able-bodied, and I believe that is still an okay term to use. A cisgender white man. I am the pinnacle of privileged in society, and I very much appreciate having a diverse community that can continue to teach me. I am not afraid of being wrong, and I like the fact that I have people that will stand up and say, no, I'm not entirely sure that's right, and we'll look into it and stuff like that. It's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. I'm very, very lucky. Methinks Valen is compensating for mushrooms? Don't you even? Why would you even bring that up? Fully believe that explanation about tea. It's true. What can I say? It's absolutely true. Okay. All the nerdery. Absolutely. Citrines, guys, I was very much indulging in all the tabletop role plays over the weekend, and I fucking loved it. It was great. It was great. It was really interesting as well because the Cyberpunk game that we've been playing this week on Saturday, we did a full adventure in cyberspace. So it was fascinating to see how it all played out and stuff. It was very interesting. Very, very interesting. The smallest mug I drink from, Hold a Pint. Biggest holds a pint and a half. Yes, they're for tea. You have a pint and a half of tea. I would be pissing like a racehorse, to be honest with you. Bigger Ken? Yes. Yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan. Currently, the plan, for sure. For sure. Fire under it to warm the tea, and then just imagine a fire hose, but tea at my face. All over your face. Like a bukkake wet dream, Major Jiggle. Like a bukkake wet dream. And Sandy Joe, thank you, Sandy Joe, excuse me. Thank you so much for coming out of lurk to say hello. I really appreciate that. You could have stayed in lurk and lurked away, but I appreciate you you choosing to come out of lurk and say hello. That means a lot. Phantom Zandria, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Qualia, you cheeky little devil. If you like Call of Cthulhu and Cyberpunk Eclipse Phase 2 edition is excellent and underrated in my opinion, a favorite saying. Could you tell me more about it, Qualia? I will say that I don't have a lot of time for tabletop roleplay shows, tabletop roleplay games. The Cyberpunk game that I play with my friends, we play like once a month, once every 6 weeks. And the game that I played with my little brother this weekend was like a one-shot game. I do have a list of games that I have been a part of, like tabletop roleplay shows that I have been a part of, that's available in the Discord, in the tabletop roleplay section of the Discord. There's like Legacy of Bulls, which was a Vampire the Masquerade series. There's fucking hell, there's loads of them. The Alien Isolation series, Duacroma Outlook was an Alien Isolation series that was really fun. I've played Mage. I've played fucking an adaptation of Warhammer 40k. Yeah, I've just played a lot. I've been on a lot of tabletop roleplay shows, which I've been very, very lucky to have had the fortune to star in, or have been asked to star in more specifically. But they are available. Oh, the other one was Morkborg. That was a fun one. I enjoyed playing that as well. Pissing every 2 minutes, I know. Tea definitely makes me piss a lot. Frankie D, welcome on in. How you doing? Cute Deku, hello, you wonderful individual. Can't figure out this chat system. It confuses me, so I guess I'll just keep lurking for now. Could you explain the problem, Scar? Could you explain what the problem may be? And then I will hopefully be able to give you a little bit of advice. I have been doing this a real long time, so maybe I'll be able to help you a little bit for sure. 12 minutes ago, Alexandra Griffin did 20 minutes ago, Alexandra Griffin did a show donor with speech. I didn't manage to catch it in time because it was right at the beginning of the stream, but because they've used their channel points to do that, it means that I need to talk about it. So everybody, see you later, buddy, and your nice early night for you, you beautiful being. Rest well, sleep well, you beautiful individual. I appreciate you so much. Thanks so much for being here. And thanks so much for helping Alexandra with Elite Dangerous. Alexandra's a good friend, and you're a good friend, and I just appreciate that connection. You know what I mean? I have a donation goal. It is only at £100 because we've already technically raised £100 for this, so I was just like, fuck it, we'll just do it at £100. This is to restock the fish tank, to put more fish in the fish tank. Unfortunately,
yeah, subscribed, most kind.
Rob Lee coming in for the 16 months with the Prime. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right with you. Unfortunately, the fish that I originally bought have perished, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful, but this donation goal is to put more fish in the tank, getting all that sorted, all the bits and pieces and what have you. Nice fish that will shoal well and do well and what have you. That is the plan of action. However, as with all of our donation goals, the way that I do it is I have a donation goal directly for something that I need or would like, or etc. And at the end of the donation goal, we do some kind of reward. The rewards that were available, that were voted for by chat, are a maid stream where I play Crime Scene Cleaner dressed as a French maid, a Not Safe for Work Discord stream where I play the very, very consensual and wonderfully hilarious Max Gentleman's Sexy Business, but in Discord because I can't play that on stream. A community movie night where the community get to vote for the movie, Getting Over It crowd control stream, or Hatoful Boyfriend, the Pigeon Dating Simulator stream. And way out in front at the moment, currently, is Hatoful Boyfriend, the Pigeon Dating Simulator stream, which vexes me, but if that's what you want to say, that's what you want to say. So at the end of this, there is a good chance that we will be booking in a specific stream in order to play Hatoful Boyfriend, the Pigeon Dating Simulator stream. My life. This is my existence. This is what I do. Speaking of donation rewards, by the way, friends, you cheeky little devils. This Thursday, the 11th of June at 7 p.m. BST, we will be doing a Drag Her stream, which is the Street Fighter meets Drag Race game, where I'll be dressing in full drag for that. Speaking of which, I need to order myself some Pritt Stick glue to glue down my eyebrows. But I will be dressing in drag for that. That's at 7 p.m. BST on Thursday the 11th. And next week at 7 p.m. BST on Thursday the 18th, I will be playing The Dinosaur with double D's. The Dinosaur Dating Simulator stream. And the dinosaur has massive buzzwams. As voted for by you. Those are 2 extra streams that we're going to be doing this week and next week as a way of me saying thank you to all of you beautiful individuals.
Fuzzbell69 is being far too kind. Confound them.
For doing exactly that. For doing exactly that. For doing exactly that. Thank you so much. God damn it, Fuzzball. Can we get some egos in chat saying massive thank you to Fuzzball for donating there, you cheeky little devil. That's so fucking kind of you. You really want to see that Hatterful boyfriend one, don't you? That's what it is. You really want to see me date other pigeons. Something fishy about aquariums? How dare you? All right. How dare you, Fuzzball, you cheeky little devil. How dare you? Where was I? Right. Okay. Stacey is gem. Stacey is indeed. Hex's Valen lives rent-free in my innocent, wholesome little brain. Major Jiggle, I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very, very glad to hear that. Means the world to me that that's the case. Do you know what? The live performance stuff that I do is always the shittest performing stuff on. Like, people engage so much more in me having like a one-on-one conversation with the camera / phone rather than me doing live performance stuff. But I love throwing it out there because I enjoy it. Do you know what I mean? Facebook brought me here and it didn't disappoint. Love this chat. Chucks away. Love to hear it. You are very welcome here, friend. Of course. But I hope you are, continue to feel wonderful and welcome and what have you. If you've got any questions, especially if you're new to Twitch and what have you, I've been doing this for like 7 years now. So if you've got any questions, please just let me know. I will do what I can to answer. Do you know what I mean? Stacey is Stacey a cunning linguist? I haven't personally experienced their cunning linguistics, but do you know what? It's possible. They've written entire poetry books. I would imagine their linguistics are very cunning. You know? How many mirrors do we have? In this room, we have 58 currently. However, because I've moved some stuff around, it does mean that we have room for a few more. So I haven't bought any new ones yet, but there's a good chance that we'll be buying some new ones soon. Oh, tell a lie, 59, because we bought an extra one, which is just up here, just out of the view, as it were, out of the view. Very slowly I'm working on a poetry collection myself. I'm very glad to hear it. I'm very, very glad to hear it, especially it gives you a nice outlet. Dear Actor Live, hello. What a sentence to enter the stream at. I don't know what the sentence was, but I stand by it 200%. I can't remember. It was a while ago, but I stick with it, all right? Oh, putting the suck in succubus? Fair. Entirely fair. I don't disagree or dissuade this behavior, all right? This is just the way it is. You bought a 1930s poetry book. It's beautiful. Wow. What is the genre of poetry, if you don't mind me asking, Chucks away? Fuzzball, how you doing? Welcome on in. Mel Signer, if you cheeky little devil. Rob Lee, I didn't actually do your thingy. Your thingy. The thingy that you did. The whole thing that you did. Rob Lee, I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough. But goddamn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You know, you cheeky little devil, you. Thanks for offering to help, but it's mainly way too fast for me. I can't really see who is talking to whom. I think I'm just so that's all right. That's not a problem. Well, if you, I think basically we tend to all join into one conversation. Occasionally people do speak to each other, but I always try and encourage them if people are having like a private conversation in the chat to take it to like Discord DMs or even Twitch DMs or what have you, just so that people aren't getting confused, etc. I tend to always be behind in chat. I tend to always be like a little bit behind in chat. So there's a good chance that I'm responding to things that you aren't seeing because the chat's too far fast, but I'm actually scrolled back. I have 3 chats. Actually, I technically have 4 chats on my screen at all times. I've got one, which is the preview that you can see here. I've got one that I slowly scroll through. I've got one on this screen, which is how I stay up to date with like new people coming in and stuff like that, like Swain the Rock Johnson. I've just seen the I'm always behind in chat. Absolutely. 1948. Okay, we'll see how far behind I am in chat when we get to that point. And then I have a spare one down here just in case other things break. Do you know what I mean? Shane Sunshine, how you doing? Pix, you cheeky little devil, how's it going? Month 04, April, I've said hi to you already. Jam Jar, of course, you cheeky little devil. All the tabs merged. Mel, you beautiful human being. Oh yes, exactly. Vithica, hello, you beautiful human being. If I've got a mod available, could I get a shout for Vithica? I'd appreciate that. Does anyone play Pokemon? Love talking about sex. Me and my partner are very open about our sex life. I'm very, very glad to hear it. We talk about sex all the time here, friend. All the time. As for, like, Pokemon, do you mean Pokemon cards? Because there are a group of people. There are quite a few members of this community who are well into their Pokemon cards. I have not been into Pokemon since Pokemon Red and Blue. But, yeah, it is what it is, you know? Julian Synthetic, hello, you cheeky little devil. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you okay. You're not being worked into the ground as you usually are. The fact it's a bug that's been around since beta and not fixed. Wow, that's bad. That's bad, Jamjar. That's absolutely that's not a good scenario to be in by any stretch of the imagination. By any stretch of the imagination. Sorry, I got it, mods. I got it. People go check out Vithica. Vithica's a wonderful friend of ours, a fire breather extraordinaire. Very into their horror games, their spooky games, and yet still playing Red Dead Redemption. Good story games. And they also play The Sims, where you can find me in all of my beautiful visage in their Sims world, wearing a top hat. As you do, you know, as you do. You can get a close-up of the necklace. It's got my attention. Boop. I can't remember where I got it, but I got it from somewhere. It's like a red glass, but I'm a fan. I am a fan. I am a fan personally, you know. Renard, how you doing? Welcome on in. How's it going? Got some pretty new Magic the Gathering cards while in Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Spider-Man booster sets. Oh lordy, oh lordy, lordy. Phantoms, Andrea, how you doing? You beautiful individual. Ancestry. Well, my ancestry is just... Well, all of our ancestry is originally from Africa. There we go. Go far enough back, we're all from Africa. And when we say far enough back, we mean like the dawn of hominids, you know? Weird moment when I came in and instantly thought, God damn, he needs to turn that voice changer off. What voice changer? What are you talking about? Oh, is it because you had me open on 2 tabs, Sway? Is that what it was? Is that what it was? I don't think it's lucky to have a diverse community. You go out of your way to make it safe for everyone here. Okay, Terry, I mean, you've brought up a really interesting point there. I cannot make a safe space. I don't think it's possible for anybody to make a safe space. I can make a protected space. The only person who can ever dictate whether a safe is whether a space is safe is each of you. The fact that you feel safe here makes me feel very good and very comfortable, and I'm glad that I'm able to do that for you, but it's still you deciding that this is a safe space for you. I consider this like I have cultivated a protected space for people to be themselves, you know? But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. You know, that's all we can ever do in our lives. Do you know what I mean? That's all we can ever do is just do our best. My hair is so damn oily. If I could somehow collect the surplus and ship it off to folks who need it, I would. Oh, no. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. The heat does that for me. The heat definitely makes my hair far more oily than I'd fucking need it to be. If you ever host Ken in Scotland, can you advertise with a poster that asks, do you Ken? Yes, absolutely. Milky Pork, for sure. For sure. Do you Ken about Ken? A few months ago, I buzzed off all of my hair. Oh, right, okay. Before that, I had shaved sides to get rid of the most frizzy and unruly parts. I do use hair oils too, but after I bleached my hair and started using an expensive keratin conditioner, it made that all crispy fried bleach hair so soft and healthy looking. I am of course in the early stages of growing out my natural untreated hair again, so I don't know if it'll work on that yet. It probably will do. A lot of the like oils, especially like keratin oils or keratin conditioners are slightly different, but like argan oils and Moroccan oil and stuff like that will always be good for hair, unless your hair is naturally very, very oily, and then it'll make it a bit more problematic, shall we say. Keep my hair short, especially back and sides where my curl pattern is tight. I'm growing the top until I have a little ringlets again. Love that. Love that. Tabletop RPGs are great. We just finished a custom D&D Cyberpunk game with my friends and nieces. My oldest niece had a custom set of rules based off the D&D rules, but added sci-fi cyberpunk stuff. So Fuzzball, the cyberpunk game that I play with my friends, is all written by my friend. So my friend who runs the game has taken the D&D rules, D&D 5th ed rules, and gone, right, let me change the entire rule set in order to fit a cyberpunk universe, and has written like a fucking 500-page rule book. Like literally sat down and written from start to finish a 500-page rulebook, just like the D&D rulebook, and goes through all the bits and pieces. And we are basically play testing it for him to be able to like go through, find out what works, find out what doesn't work, find out what rules are clanky or what have you. And it's excellent. It's absolutely excellent. But it's all based off like the D20 system, as it were. You know? Yeah, we finally finished season 1. Yes, yes, yes. We did. We did indeed. Currently using whatever brand of curly wavy stuff is cheapest. That is fair. That is fair. Absolutely. I strongly recommend a brand called Hask. H-A-S-K, that you usually find in Tesco. I don't buy many things from Tesco, but that one I do. That one I do, because it is amazing for my hair. How was it? Season 3 just started yesterday. We've still got to get through season 2 yet, Alexandra. Still got to get through season 2. Chuck's away. You're heading off soon. No worries. You take it easy, you beautiful being. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future, you beautiful being. All right? I told you I'd remember your pal Wentworth Avery. Rob Lee, you beautiful being. I appreciate you. Wentworth. Rob Lee was there playing with me and my little brother. Rob Lee is one of my little brother's friends. But yeah, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I've thoroughly enjoyed Wentworth, the bloody misogynistic git. And I enjoyed fighting against him in the anti-misogyny way. It was great. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. Rob Lee played the character very, very well. Seems we just started yesterday, yeah. It's been such a sensory bliss to have super short hair everywhere. I love curls so much. Wish mine would properly curl everywhere, but it's so on off. I have no idea how to be in control of it. It lives its own life. Okay, Tint of Ginge. The way I do it, which is not always the healthiest way. I've sliced my finger, by the way. I sliced my finger on a wire wool sponge earlier today, so that's the reason why I've got the little plaster. The way that I deal with my curls, which are a little bit frizzy at the moment because I've been fucking around, but the way I deal with my curls is wash my hair with argan oil shampoo, argan oil conditioner, which I don't rub into my scalp, but just string through the hair so it doesn't actually touch the scalp. Then towel dry it, very, very loosely towel dry it, spray it with some argan oil spray, some like pure argan oil. And then I do the thing that most people shouldn't fucking do, but it works for my hair, so fuck everybody. Which is I very gently brush through the hair, brush the like oil through the hair. Again, careful not to get it on the scalp, but I just brush it through the hair. And then I let it naturally dry. Very, very important when it comes to curly hair that you want to ringlet or you want to dry curly. Let it naturally dry. The moment you take a hairdryer to it, it will frizz. The moment you like try and wrap it up in a towel, it will frizz. Just let it naturally dry. As it naturally dries, it will naturally form into whatever curl pattern you have. It can be a sensory nightmare, though, if you are a person that struggles with sensory stuff. We immediately started season 2. Session is booked in for a couple of weeks' time, most certainly. Most certainly. But wacky options, people are voting for it. Most certainly. Got Naughty Shampoo, conditioner, and curl taming cream in the deal, but whatever is cheap for me. I find oil is tricky because it's either too heavy or doesn't work. Bleach kills my curls, so I'm avoiding it. Yeah, I mean, bleach kills hair. Full stop. It is very, very hard to get a healthy bleached hair. Some people manage it, but most people don't. Pigeon dating. Do they stamp on each other's heads and thoroughly peck at each other before shag a la Drop Dead Fred? Good question. I honestly don't know, Drudessa Million. I have avoided all spoilers of that game. So I genuinely have no fucking clue. We'll find out together, I suppose. Abby Stabby, how you doing, you beautiful individual? How's it going, you cheeky little devil? Let me give you a cheeky little shout out. People go check out Abby Stabby. Abby Stabby is the mother of all of our emotes and has designed a whole load of our merchandise and stuff like that. All of the sexualities, which currently have a big discount. If you use Pride 2026 as a discount code, I think I can do a link. Fuck it, doesn't matter. If you use Pride 2026 as a discount code on the merch store, all of the sexualities have a discount on them for the month of June. There you go. There you go. Looking gorgeous. Thank you very much, Pain Lady. Appreciate that. Tinky Dinky, are you still here? Are you still here, you beautiful bean? I'm behind in chat, so I'm catching up. I had a mullet type thing before to keep the hair away from my face, but the buzz was next level. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Eclipse Phase is a transhuman cosmic horror, but you can play it more like a detective game. D100 system. Yep, that's kind of like Call of Cthulhu. Post-apocalyptic, where most people have lost their original body and they are trying to stop another apocalypse. Different parts of the solar system can be very Terminator, Blade Runner, X-Files, or Alien flavored. Interesting. You are Tinky Dinky. So the way that you like donate to the fish is by donating via my Ko-fi thing. You can either scroll down, and I believe there's like a donate link somewhere below me in the about section of it. But because you're new here, I wouldn't normally do this. Because I am adamantly against. I get really weird about people donating money to me. But because you're new here, I will forego my usual apprehensiveness and just put the link in chat. No pressure, no obligation. Just because I put the link in chat does not mean I expect anything. Okay? So please do not, make sure you've got your own personal comforts sorted first. Make sure you got the roof over your head, food in your, bills all paid for, food in your bellies. Make sure you've got plenty of money for you to indulge in your own enjoyment, stuff that you personally enjoy and what have you. And there is never, on this channel, there is never ever an expectation that people will ever donate or give money or subscribe or anything like that. That's just not the way that I work. I'm not that kind of person. But I appreciate you offering. Do you know what I mean? I'm good. Well, I appreciate that. But I just like to preface it. I don't like to, people can feel a level of pressure when, I put out stuff like that, and I'm just not about that. I don't want people to ever feel. I want people to donate and subscribe and stuff when they can because they want to, not because they feel obliged to, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Use their words, Val, and you can use them sometimes. I try my best. Sometimes I manage it, Major Jiggle. Do you know what I mean? If you want brand by try Kelly products and random stuff, a lot of it's too fragrance for me, unfortunately. Can be hard finding fragrance-free stuff. That makes sense. I really like the Hask stuff because of its smell, though. Do you know what I mean? How can I join your Discord? Oh, there we go. Eris told me. Thank you very much for throwing the Discord out there. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm always behind in chat. 1948. Okay, so I'm only 10 minutes behind. Well, 10, 15 minutes behind in chat. Okay, we're doing all right. Crazy Aid, a long time no see. Hope you're doing well, friend. Welcome on in. How you doing? Well, it's a very yappy chat. Exactly. That's because everyone gets on with each other. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you're donating.
Major Jiggle is being far too kind.
Major Jiggle! What are you doing, friends? What are you doing? People can get some egos thrown in chat. Say a massive thank you to Major Jiggle. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, you beautiful individual. That's very, very kind of you. We're already at 20% of the goal. Fucking hell, you people. You people. Oh, I've missed some stream streaks here. Hold on. Druidess of Midian is on a 95 stream streak. Chandria is on a 50 stream streak. And Eris Ptolemy is on a 400 stream streak. Bearing in mind that Eris Ptolemy has actually flown to the United Kingdom and back again in that time, I am gobsmacked to see it. But all of you, I know it's sunny outside. All right, I know it's warming up a little bit.
Yeah, you subscribed.
But come on. Fuzzball! Fuzzball, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Tinky Dinky. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Tinky Dinky, I don't know how familiar you are with the land of Twitch, but basically what has happened is Fuzzball has spent their money to give you a subscription for a whole month. So for the next month, you get ad-free viewing. You don't get any adverts on this channel at all. You also get a discount on the merchandise store if you are ever interested in buying merch, which again, there is no obligation to do by any stretch of the imagination. This is all the merch here that's popping up and down here. And you also get access to all those little emotes, all those sexy little emotes. In fact, do you know what? I'll go through it now and I'll tell you all about it. Oh, it's not Tinky Dinky. I keep saying it's Tinky Dinky. Tinky Dinky just flows from my mouth. It's Tiny Dinky. Tiny Dinky. Your name is inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. In fact, it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even fucking exist. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? Well, God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, me. Yeah, you know? Oop. You do like it? I'm a fan of it. I'm glad to hear it, Julian. I'm really glad to hear that. Danae Raven, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? You play Pokemon. You can find us in the Discord. Yeah, there's a whole group of the community here. Off I go. See you later, Raven Loon. Have a wonderful time at work, you cheeky little devil. I'm sure you've already gone by now because I'm about 10 minutes behind, but still. You're just mocking me? I'm glad to hear it, Sway. Glad to hear it, because there was a moment where I was like, oh, fuck, have I accidentally pressed something on my my audio stuff that's just a bit fucky. But it's all good. It's all good. That's always got gorgeous jewelry on. I appreciate that. I do like I'm very much a magpie in that regard, for sure. Work's been super reasonable lately. I'm glad to hear it, Julian. My schedule has been strictly 36-40, which has been great for my mental health. That's fucking amazing. But I remember that you were going a bit stir crazy with the really long weeks that you were working for a while. So I'm genuinely really, really glad that you're actually able to have like a 40-hour work week. Because dear Lord, you were definitely struggling. I wouldn't say struggling. It's just you were definitely feeling the wear and tear of high expectations. You know. I'm now fully here. Yes, Eris, welcome on in. Dan Interwebs, was it problematic? Was it? My hair sits somewhere firmly between Hagrid and Hermione fuzziness. I see. I read previously that keratin can be a hit or miss depending on your hair protein situation. So I was afraid they would make it worse, but maybe it's what I needed. We'll see as it grows out. Tin of Ginge, the best thing you can do is experiment. Experiment and see what happens. Lunicorn also going in with a 130 stream streak. Dear fucking Lord. Put some clothes on. Look, I know the sun is out, but at the very least, you need to lube yourselves up. And Greeto with a 10 stream streak, you need to lube yourselves up with some Factor 50 sun lotion, all right, at the very least. Nobody needs sunburnt bits, okay? Somewhat speaking of Ken, I do have a review to give. How do you want it? Drop me as a DM, Eris. Drop me in a DM somewhere. I'll be able to do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've read previous... Yeah, that was what I literally just read. Greedo, you beautiful being. Welcome on in. The shift call. See you later. Salty Sea King, you beautiful being. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. I also always air dry. It dries really, really fast. That's good. That's good. Mine, parts of it dry really, really fast. Sometimes it just likes to stay there for a while. I write and edit TTRPGs. I used to be internal at a company. Disclaimer, not rude enough to record any I have worked on here. Cool that you playtest? Yeah. Absolutely. I'll happily playtest for sure. My problem, as we well know, is time. I don't have the time to do a lot of things, unfortunately. I hate the sounds of hair dryers and towel drying, so air drying is my favorite. Entirely fair, absolutely. Anyone watched From? No. It's ringing a very vague bell in my head, though, Rob Lee. You watched it? You watched a bit of it? It's all right. Yeah. Just scroll down the page until I found the donate button. I see what you did there. For those people that are not subscribed, please be aware in about 30 seconds there will be 3 minutes of adverts. This is something that Twitch does in and of itself. We did a whole experiment with AdSlam at the beginning of the year in regards to what was best, and the community and I decided together the best way to do adverts was 3 minutes of adverts every hour, and that means that first of all I get a little cut of it, and second of all it means that when people come and join the community, when they come and join the stream, they don't get hit with an advert immediately. Okay, so we've looked into that, we've done all the bits and pieces, but that'll be starting any second now. Just letting you know. While the adverts are running, friends, I will do Druidess of Midian. Are you still here, you beautiful being? I don't want to start continuing on with the conversation if other people are doing bits and pieces and what have you. But I know that a whole hour ago, Druidess of Midian redeemed a Victorian advice, and I've only just clocked that it's still there, and I haven't actually done it yet. You are indeed fantastic. That makes things a little bit easier, because I can do this while the adverts are on. You know. Whoa. Yes, today, friends, we're going to do a Victorian advice, and today we're going to go back to Don'ts for Wives, a book published in 1913, a year before the suffragette movement was a thing, a year before women had the right to vote here in the United Kingdom. And we are on Chapter 9, Dress. Let's have a look here. No, I think we've done that one. Ooh, this one's possibly going to be a bit of a controversial one, friends, okay? Don't let your husband feel that it is a matter of indifference to you if he wears his socks wrong side out or odd boots on his feet. Some men are absent-minded enough even for this, and if they can't keep a valet, their wives should see that they are properly dressed. Now, controversial one. First of all, it is not a wife's duty, okay? It is not a wife's duty to dress her husband. Okay? That being said, it is a crime against clothing for people to wear odd socks. I've said it. Okay? It takes absolutely no time for you to pair your socks. All right? Just sit there, put a movie on, and just sit there and pair your socks. It's literally something you can do while doing other things. Just pair your socks.
Yeah,
Good Lord.
Subscribed. Most kind.
Don't neglect your husband's tea bags.
True.
He will thank you for keeping them cozy in the winter months.
Where's
It
this
is
going?
the perfect use for his odd socks.
Oh, just put tea in socks. No excuse. Thank you very much. I'll be with you in 2 seconds, Razor, you beautiful individual, with tier 3 as well for 58 months. Good Lord. Good Lord. So, friends, no odd socks, all right?
Yeah,
no odd socks. We're not about that life.
Most kind.
Milky Pock gifting a sub to Odd Sock Queen. It vexes me. You wound me in my soul. You wound me. You wound me. Gosh darn it. Razotter, allow me to inscribe your name upon the tier 3 Mirror of Vein for the 58 months. Good Lord. That is a terrible one. Where's my little... There it is. Much better. Razotter, your name is inscribed on the tier 3 Mirror of Vane. By having your name on the tier 3 Mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. We've talked about this. That's tier 4, as well you know. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, including the tier 2 Pokemon emotes with my face on them, and the tier 3 cursed emotes. And also, thank you very much for taking us 6 steps closer to the 60-40 split for June. I really appreciate that. But the most important thing, as well you know, is you've got to roll over. There you are. You've got to roll over every morning, look in your tiny little tier 3 mirror and go, God, do I wish they'd bring around cloning. So when someone says, go fuck yourself, I literally could, ooh, sexy, oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? Just a little shake there. And also, Milky Pork, giving a cheeky little sub to Odd Socks Queen. For those people that have come back from the adverts, we were talking about odd socks and how it's a sin. It's a sin. I have your name on the Mirror Vein. It means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat! Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, but the most important thing for you, Odd Socks Queen, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? You know? Rucha, how you doing, you beautiful individual? I wore my bisexual tee and got so many compliments. I'm very glad to hear that, Alexandra.
Hand it to it.
Very
Hand
glad
it
to
to
hear
it.
Valen,
Yes.
maybe if you can convince Chunk to feature on the Bum Snapchat, I'll bump my tier up to 4.
Oh, I see how it is. My posterior isn't good enough for you. Is that what you're telling me, Razotter? My fine behind is not good enough for your needs. You need a sexy chunk ass. I got you. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. All right. I think the problem is you are very literally a mix of my mom and my dad. Pin straight hair on one side and curls on the other. One side of my head that's more wavy, sometimes curly, and the other straight wavy. That's really wild. That is really wild, Tina Ginge. I hope you're able to find something that works for you, though. There will be some interesting combination that will work for you, but you might need to speak to a hair expert of some description. The only way to break this is to either ban me or shut me off stream streaks. Otherwise, I shall streak forever. 5 ever. Not even 4 ever. 5 ever. Only do things to get you flustered, Valen, darling. Next time I'll add to the message about mushrooms. Look, Major Jiggle, I am all too aware that when you consume a mushroom, you're thinking about a very specific part of my anatomy. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay? You're only human. But at the same time, good lord. The 18 plus version? Exactly. Oh, because I said Tinky Dinky, you were like the Teletubbies? Fuck off. I'm new with anything British. I'm texting. Teletubbies was a British TV show with some very obscure looking children's characters. And there was one called Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe. And they were all just a little bit weird. They had TV screens on their stomach and stuff like that. But Tinky Dinky, Dick Stick, Lala, Poe. Surely if it's going to be Tinky Dinky, it'll be Dick Slip, Hoo-ha, and Poe. You know? Best thing I've done for my hair so far is a silk bonnet at night, actually. Definitely made my hair a lot more gorgeous. Love that. I know a few people that have used silk bonnets and they absolutely swear by them. That's on last Friday has made everything a clusterfuck. They're doing a bunch of repairs, so everything is all wonky. Oh, shit. You currently look like a wavy potato crisp. I am a wavy potato crisp. The sexiest wavy potato crisp you've ever seen, Eris. You know it. You can call me Tinky Dinky. I'm honored. Oh, I might miss I might get it wrong. I might get it wrong and call you Tinky Dinky in the future instead of Tiny Dinky because I just don't read. You know what I mean? That's my problem. I just don't read. I try and catch up with chat, and as a result, I'm sort of like grabbing several words with every blink. Silk Bonnie for the win. Where I want every night. Yeah. Roger to the DMs. It shall go. Have one nice. Have it all fanciful. Oh, I appreciate that. Literally did miracles. Can't believe I forgot about it during this convo. Oh wow. Cool. I hope that was a worthwhile use of your Victorian advice there, Druidess of Midian. Worthwhile use of your Victorian advice. Rusha, you beautiful being. Come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky little devil? And also, I don't know whether they've said anything in chat, but somebody has just continued their gift sub from a delightful individual in the channel, and they're continuing it on to be a full subscription. Thank you so much for that. I haven't seen you say anything. Oh, Prowling Panther, there you are. Perfect. Thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. As soon as it comes to its refresh, I will then stick your name up on the mirror of Vayne, you beautiful being. And thank you so much for choosing to make that, turn that gift sub into an actual sub. That means the world to me. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Slothy glasses are upon us. Exactly. Those. Oh, the slutty. You know it. Wrong side out. The horror. I know. You love odd boots. Scandalous, I tell you. Socks inside out. The horror. I know, right? Not only inside out, but odd. Odd socks for life. Made you jiggle. I had such high expectations of you. There were dynamics. I felt like a mild connection between us, and now you've ruined it. Now you've just gone and ruined it. That's it. Odd socks. Wow, I can never look at you in the same way again. Good lord. It is the valets. It is always the valets. Always suspect of the valets. There were two things that no one suspects: the valets and the Spanish Inquisition. You know, no excuse. Thank goodness I don't have my husband's... have to be my husband's nanny. I know, right? Tell me about it, Scar. What if I want them mixed and matched? It depends, Berserker. We've talked about this in chat before. When it comes to socks, Berserker, all right? If they are exactly the same type of sock, and the only thing that's different about the sock is the color. So say you have like one red and one black, for example. There is a rare scenario in which that is okay. But if someone's wearing like an over-the-knee sock and an ankle sock, what the actual fuck? What's the actual fuck? Do you know what I mean? Or wearing like a Christmas sock and then like a sports sock. What? Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to your poor feet? Your poor feet deserve more than that. They deserve better. God damn it. Tend to intentionally wear tights inside out because of the toe seam is evil against my toe beans. That's fair. That is fully understandable. I can't deny that. I can't, like, the tights be like that sometimes, for sure. My valet says they don't mind dressing me. I'm sure they don't, Garito, you cheeky little devil. But remember that is an honor, a privilege, and a perversion for your valets. Okay, they are desperate to get well up in your gooch. Can't help themselves. They're only human, you know. What am I meant to do when the washing machine eats random ones and I'm only left with one odd sock? Use the odd sock as a duster and buy new socks. Put the odd sock underneath your kitchen sink to be used as an old rag. Or donate it to someone who likes to jizz in socks. That is also a possibility. You could sell your odd socks on the internet to people with foot fetishes. That is also something you can do. You know? Some people wear odd socks for fashion. Yeah, and it very rarely works. In my personal opinion, it very, very rarely works. Only have black socks, so you would have to pair them forever. Exactly. If you only wear exactly the same type of black sock all the time, then you're grand. You don't have to worry about it. Just grab two, you know? Exactly why I don't have a husband, because you don't want to have to dress them. That's fair. Do you know what I mean? Buy all the socks the same, then it doesn't matter. I will accept this. I will accept this, Frax. Absolutely. How you doing, buddy? How's it going? Love mixing different socks just to spite society. I had high opinions of you, B Nation, and then you come and say something like that. What's going on? What's happening? Do you know what I mean? Joro, hell, you beautiful individual. Rucha, how do you look with your hair down? I'm really curious. I haven't had my hair down in a very, very, very long time, Rucha. So basically, the scenario was, fucking hell, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, maybe, I shaved my head for charity. We raised money for the Survivors Trust, who is a charity that help the survivors and the families of survivors of rape and sexual abuse, which is a cause that's very, very close to my heart. And I also helped a friend of mine whose child went through a very, very horrific time and is now very heavy, like very, what's the correct wording? I want to say heavily disabled. They're extremely disabled. Like they're non-communicative. They have a lot of they're very conscious. They're able to dictate things, but their communication skills have gone. Their movement has gone. And during that time, that was when it had only just happened. They basically got let me get this right. They had pneumonia, and the pneumonia caused necrotizing encephalitis of the brain. We would say severely disabled. Thank you very much, Wanter Cripple, for correcting me. I really appreciate it. I was trying to work out what the word I was looking for, but severely disabled. Thank you very much. So basically, part of the back of where their brain meets their spinal cord necrotized, which caused them to become severely disabled. Thank you very much again, Wanter Cripple. So yeah, like half the money went to my friend and her son, to help her out in that time, because like I said, it had only just happened. And then half the money went to the Survivors Trust, which like I said, are a charity that I'm very, very close with. After I had my hair completely bald, after I looked like Richard O'Brien, do I have a photo? I might have a photo to hand. After I looked like Richard O'Brien from the Crystal Maze for a little while, I then hated having a bald head. I looked all right with a bald head, but I much prefer having long hair. Oh, I have that picture. I can show that picture. That is not the picture of as of when it got done, but this was me at Pride, the year that I shaved my head. That one. That was me at my local Pride with a shaved head. So I look all right. I look all right with a shaved head. I look okay with a shaved head. By all means. But I didn't like it. I really, really liked it. And I do have male pattern baldness. I absolutely do. Like my grandfather's side was very, very bald. In fact, in regards to my parents, on my dad's side of the family, they all went grey early. And on my mum's side of the family, they all went bald early. So I was pretty fucked either way. But I would much rather go grey early instead, you know? However, with the male pattern baldness and the fact that I didn't like my hair like it was, I decided to dip into my savings and spend a unreasonable amount of money on getting hair implants. So for those people that are not aware, I'm very open and honest about the fact that I've had hair implants. It's a fucking brutal operation, where they basically take it quite brutally from the back of your head and surgically implant it in the top of your head. And that's the best way I can describe it without being too gross with it. However, it's a brutal, brutal operation. The problem that I had was the fact that when I had the hair implants and my hair was slowly growing back out to the nice long bouffant of curls that it currently is, I got really irritated with hair in my face. I got really, really, really irritated with having hair in my face. So any time that I have hair in my face, I need to tie it back. I'm just like, fuck's sake, and just tie it either completely up, or I tie the top bit up and I have it like all hanging down and what have you. So the vast majority of the time you will see me like either with a bit up and a bit down, or have it all bouffanted out like this, because hair in my face irritates the fuck out of me. It really, really irritates me, you know. So yeah, there you go. Do I have... There was another picture I had. of me when I just got it done. I'm just wondering whether I still have it. Hello. No, that's all just my own shit. Could be in here. Nope. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my lordy lordy. I actually have. Oh fucking hell. I have just found.
So this is the point where they...
I have just found videos of me physically getting my hair implants. They let me film while I was doing it, and I completely forgot that I completely forgot that that was something that I did. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to go back and make some kind of YouTube video now on that. Fucking hell. All right. All right. All right. That will happen at some stage in the near future. I will go back and go through all the videos that I took. Fuck me. Forgot all about that. Forgot all about that. Anyway, yeah, that was just me going on a trip down memory lane for a second there. You know, it's one of them scenarios. But that is the reason why you will usually see me with my hair up, because it irritates the fuck out of me. You know. Why is there such a delay? There's such a delay because I am way behind in chat. It's entirely down to the fact that I'm way behind chat. However, I have just seen that a new person has said hello, so I'll say hi to them. Jen81, hello, how you doing? Just wanted to say that I was so happy that I found your videos on Facebook. Since it was 15 years since I lived in England and I hadn't visited for a long time, I moved back to Sweden. I found joy in your nice videos and feel the desire to visit England again, and of course see your show. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate that so much. I hope you're doing well. Or is it Gen D or is it Gend? Let me know. Let me know how it is. But thank you so much for coming out and saying that. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. Welcome on in. Welcome on into our little collective here. That we... Jennifer? No worries. No worries, Jennifer. I'll do my best to remember that, you beautiful being. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, the reason why there's a delay is because I am way behind on chat. Because I appreciate the fact that people spend time writing their messages, and therefore I do what I can to read as many messages as possible, you know? You know, I wear one Batman sack and one Iron Man sack, a Battle of the Billionaires. And also DC versus Marvel. Outrageous. Outrageous. Von Loren, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? 1 is good, 2 is better. Basic mathematics, Valen. How dare you? I can't disagree with it in certain circumstances, though. You know what I mean? Battle of the Sus guys, more like. It's true. It's true. There'll be a chunky BTTM. Oh, Tabby the Panda, my lordy. Certainly think about certain parts of Valen's anatomy when I have... Oh, really? I mean, it's understandable. That is understandable. I'm quite delightful, if I do say so myself. Yes. We all know that Tinky Winky is the incarnation of lust. Tinky Winky was the incarnation of a lot of things. Tinky Winky definitely broke the mold with a lot of things that needed to be broken the mold with. It's very good to have a male character displaying an enjoyment of handbags and stuff like that. Just very subtly breaking the expectations of gender norms. And I'm a big fan of that. You know? Are the Teletubbies British? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. Had to step away places to place hexes and curses on my printer. Also, my partner could print out reference sheet for a job interview tomorrow. I hope it all goes very, very well for your partner there, Kels. Absolutely. I am of the female persuasion. Well, you are still all the same. Very, very welcome here, Tiny Dinky Beautiful. Or Tinky Dinky. Tinky Dinky. Tinky Dinky. Crisp, is that because you like to feel the Pringle? Oh, my God, Lunicorn. Good Lord. Good Lord, you cheeky little devil. In other news, my cat Susan has been refilled with kisses and affections for the duration of the day. Oh, bless. Bless her little cottons. Call me what you want. I will do. I will do. I see how it is. Tiny Dinky. Coming over here saying, you can call me whatever you want. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. Indulge yourself. I will. I will indeed, you cheeky devil. What about if you wear socks with the left and the right on them, except that you wear the L on the right and the R on the left? Okay, Milky Pork. The only time that I've ever seen left and right on socks is like on sports socks, where there is specific padding across the sole so that you don't wear away like the nubs and bumps of your foot. If you then put the L on the R and the R on the L, you would then have more problems with your feet. In which case, I said, go right ahead. But remember, you will behold the consequences of your own actions. Shouldn't be demanding any more for 20, maybe 30 minutes. Good Lord. Maybe 30 minutes. Maybe. Who knows? The more you know, exactly. The valets have a fanatical devotion to the Pope. I mean, they have the fanatical devotion to Grito. Absolutely. My valets naturally have a fanatical devotion to me and tantalizing me. They frequently come over and cover me in talcum powder as I stand there naked, casting very interesting looks across all of my neighbors. You know? High expectations of me. Rookie error. We have talked about this. Chaos Demon. I can have high expectations of a Chaos Demon. I was fully expecting all of the chaos, Major Jiggle. A certain modicum, a little sprinkle of brattery about you. Absolutely. But I did think you were better than Odd Socks. Thought you were better than that, right? You're a hoot, Valentine. I appreciate that. We always like to have a little bit of a laugh. Bit of a giggle, you know? Literally do not give a flying fuck what my husband wears as long as he is clean and comfortable. That's good to hear. That is very, very good to hear. Naked feet. Nothing wrong with naked feet. As long as you look after your feet, there's nothing wrong with naked feet. However, I know far too many people are like, no, I'm just going to have naked feet. Panda to it. They don't look after them.
A friend recently had 2 children, identical twins called Juan and Onel. They've decided to only keep a photo of Juan in their bag for when they are out and someone asks what they look like. I asked why and they said because once you've seen Juan, you've seen Onel.
Juan and Amal. Once you've seen Juan, you've seen Amal. God damn it, Grio. God damn it. Good Lord. Thank you very much for the 100 little pan rings, you shit. Yeah, shit. Jason Andrew, hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. How's it going? I'll put the odd sock under your kitchen sink, young man. Major Jiggle, why do you make that sound like an invitation? Why do you make that sound like an invitation? Why do you do that? What's that all about? What's going on there? Use the odd sock with no home as a sleeping bag for my little kiddo. Little kiddos Care Bears. That's adorable. That is actually adorable. Refers to them because my dad, or as she refers to them, backup human. That's hilarious. I buy 2 types of socks: knee-high for work boots during the week and ankle socks the rest of the time, which is fine so long as they all match, Prowling Panther. As long as you're not wearing odd socks, we'll be all right, you know? Gorgeous, you like me without the hair, friends? Yeah. Charity has a lot to answer for. At 18, I had a waist-length ponytail. For Charity, I ended up in drag heels and losing all my hair. It's worth it, though. I've been tempted to shave my... Like, every year for the past 2 or 3 years, I've been tempted to shave my head for Charity again. The thing that stops me is how much I love my hair. The thing that stops me is how much I really, really love my hair, you know? Your brother was bald by 20. Can be fucking brutal. Male pattern baldness is really... do you know what the thing is male pattern baldness, but actually it affects everybody of every gender. Or it can affect everybody of every gender. It's all down to like DHT and stuff. I'd looked into the science of it, but it's a thing. It's a whole thing. You can't just show that on the interwebs without warning. Damn! I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Jason Andrew, cheeky little devil. You like it, yeah? Welcome on in, Jennifer. How you doing? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. The Raven, hello, cheeky doll. Loves science. Yeah. Just definitely found a picture of me just after that at London Pride 96. Oh, wow. Cool. Will we ever see you with your hair down, though? Maybe. Yeah, maybe one day, for sure. I think the issue is, Rucha, I would have to consciously think about it because I have had my, like, I do my hair so early in the morning and usually out of habit more than anything else. Do you know what I mean? It's usually very much out of habit. I don't really put much thought into it. I'm just like, right, okay, this is what I'm going to do with my hair today. Boom, 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 boom. Done. You know?
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Major Jiggle gifting out a community subscription. That's very, very kind of you, friend. Giving out... Oh, they're a wonderful individual. We haven't seen them in a little while, but they're a wonderful individual. I don't know whether they're lurking, so I won't call them out, but I will inscribe their name upon the Mirror of Vane. Major Jiggle, thank you very much for gifting that sub out to the community. That's very, very kind of you, you beautiful being. I've inscribed their name upon the Mirror of Vane. By having their name upon the Mirror of Vane, it means to get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, we've talked about this. Of course, they get access to all the sexy little emotes, and they get a discount on the merch store for the next month. But the most important thing is to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh, yes, meow, you know? You know? That's really kind of you, Major Jiggle. I appreciate that. Is this because you're trying to make up for the fact that you wear odd socks? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on here? Rusted Reverie, welcome on in. How you doing? For me, it's when it's hanging along my neck if it's too hot. Yeah. Heat, definitely. You will definitely see my hair more up like this over the coming months because of the heat. Because I'm very much with you on that one, Rusted Reverie, for sure. For sure. Mosa Fett, welcome on in. How you doing? Hello, all you groovy people. We do have a lot of groovy people. There's a lot of people with the groove in here today, for sure. For sure. But welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? It can be solved with a mullet. I am not going to lie to you. The mullet, for me, is kind of like the mustache. And what I mean by that is on very specific people, it looks fucking amazing. For a lot of people, it doesn't. In my personal opinion, and my personal opinion is obviously always comes second to people's opinions of themselves. If they love it, if they've got a mustache and a mullet, and they fucking love it and they feel confident in themselves, then I don't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? That's the most important thing, is they feel confident in themselves. However, from my perspective, my opinion, which I am entitled to, I'm just not entitled to rub it in people's faces and make them feel shit about themselves. I find that for my personal aesthetic choices, I find the mullet to be very hit or miss, much like the mustache. Much like the mustache. Like, I've seen a few clips now of the individual who's currently playing Frankenfurter on the Broadway show. Somebody in chat will tell me. And I think they look absolutely fucking amazing, apart from the mustache. Apart from the mustache. Have you ever spotted a mustache? I have indeed. I have indeed. Do you want to see?
Hand it to me, go. Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
My car was stolen recently from outside my house. When I went out, the thief had left their mobile phone behind. I went from Kia to Nokia overnight.
I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. You, the horse you rode in on, your entire lineage of dad jokes. I hate them all. All of them. All of them, I tell you. All of them. God damn it. Thank you very much for 100 little panderings. Do you want to see me with a giant mustache? This is a mustache I have for Christmas times. Powerful. It's a powerful, powerful mustache. The reason why I have that mustache for Christmas time is I usually get paid to be in a Christmas parade where I end up looking like this. A big illuminated toy soldier. Hello, it's the toy soldiers for the Christmas time. You know, I'm going through all of the random pictures today for sure. For sure. Like the Wolfie cuts, yeah. I have my hair long, but I like it well away from my face, so braid and a bun it is. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Shaggy style cut, yeah. Thank you for responding. I just love to hear the accent again. Lived in Farnham. Oh, wow. Okay. I have not been to Farnham before. But I hope you had a wonderful time while you lived there, Jennifer. Did you see what one of the actors said about Tinky Winky? I did not, Sway. I completely missed it. We had Teletubbies in the States. Did you? Oh, cool. It was definitely a UK broadcast, even if you did get it in the States. It was like made in the UK. My boyfriend wore my sports socks on the wrong feet and they developed holes. That doesn't surprise me at all. Specifically for those reasons. You know? My headphones have left and right on them. Ask me how many times a day that I still have to turn them around. Oh my lordy. Rusted Reverie. Good lord. Good lord. I have days where I can put my left and right contact lenses in correctly. And then, where you can't put them in correctly.
Panda to Mago. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Hey Val. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Why do we call it pansexual and not jack off all trades?
I saw that one.
Giggles in borderline pansexual asterisk.
I saw that one. Jack off all trades. Fucking hell. You vex me. Thank you very much, 100 little panderings. I appreciate it. Seems like we'd not had one for a while. I was enjoying the peace of no dad jokes. You know what I mean? Alchemy is welcome on in, popping into lurk while Monday's way too hard. That's entirely fair. If you're having a hard Monday, you do your thing. You do what you need to do, you cheeky devil. 8 contacts for that, plus my astigmatism. Lining up the little lines on the lens was a trial. Oh, lordy. Bring over BG3 scenarios. No worries. You enjoying the shenanigans there, Druidess and Midian. Have a wonderful, wonderful time, for sure. Panda Jin, welcome on in. Throws of panderings have summoned me. Love the panda alert, always. Always Panda Jin, for sure. You have to be lined up, absolutely. Doing groovy, just relaxing. Work has been rather daunting, so need to hang out with good peeps. Well, you are very, very welcome here, and we do our absolute best, most effect, to fill the place with good peeps. We do our absolute best to do that because, you know, these people are wonderful. They're wonderful, you know. Usually because when people aren't wonderful, we get rid of them. But that's very, very rare. Very, very rare, for sure. 15 years ago. Yes, I have supported a mustache. I also supported a mustache for we did a Yorkshire stream where we tried every flavor of Yorkshire tea, and I told whimsical facts about Yorkshire, and I had a plate of Yorkshire puddings. And I seem to remember having a mustache for that as well, for the Yorkshire stream. Do I still have the I might still have the thumbnail for that. Knocking about. I'm so fucking tired recently, friends. I don't seem to be able to get enough sleep, no matter how much I sleep, which is extremely irritating. Luke Evans, thank you very much, Major Jiggle. Yes, Luke Evans looks fucking phenomenal as Frankenfurter in the Broadway show. However, I'm not keen on the mustache. It's a personal choice. It's a personal thing. But I'm not keen on it. I'm not a fan. Oh, I didn't have the mustache. I had full beard for the Yorkshire stream. I had full beard. There are those who wear both mullet and mustache. I know. And you know what? Sometimes, very, very rarely, but sometimes people can really pull it off. Major Jiggle. It's an unusual one for me, I have to say. But sometimes people can really pull it off. There is a friend of my little brother's who has a mullet and a mustache, and he looks fucking great with it. He looks really fucking good with it. However, it's a rare thing to be able to pull off, especially both. Especially both, you know? When Van has a mustache, he also needs an old-style military uniform and a pipe. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely, for sure. What else would I do with my time? I tend to choose a lot of the most controversial hairstyles in general. I am used to the split opinions. That is entirely fair. So long as you feel confident in it, Tint of Ginge, that's all that matters. I am entitled to my opinion. You are all entitled to your opinions. Absolutely entirely. We are not entitled to inflict those opinions upon other people, especially when they have not fucking asked for them. It is far more important to me, that you delightful individuals feel confident in yourselves than to have my opinion adhered to. Do you know what I mean? Food's cooked and eaten. Missed anything? I had loads of shout outs, Jam Jar. You weren't here. It was outrageous. Oh my god. I hope you had good foods, buddy. I hope you had a good stream as well. It's hot in Ontario right now. I'm clinging to the pixie cut right now for survival. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. I just tie it all up and get it out of the way, you know? One mustache and suddenly you're a totally different person. I am the master of disguise, Tint of Ginge. God damn it, Jam Jam. God damn it. Shouting me out in my own goddamn stream. Rude. Rude. Yeah. What was I saying? Alec Wallace, hello, you beautiful individual. Happy time zone to you as well, you glorious individual. I hope things are going well. Hope the family's okay. I hope things have settled down a little bit for you. Yes, I am the master of disguise, Tint of Ginge. You would never know.
Panda to it. Panda to it.
In a fit of annoyance, I changed the labels on my partner's spice rack recently. They haven't spotted it yet, but the time is coming.
Oh, you upset me. Oh, you upset me. God damn. But is Valen Vane worth following? Definitely not. Definitely not, Frack. Not under any circumstances. Valen Vane, pretentious twat. Egotistical extraordinaire. He's so full of himself, you know? He's just so full of himself. To the point where Valen Vane can tell you firsthand that being able to suck yourself off feels more like a cock in the mouth than it does getting sucked off. All right? He can tell you that firsthand. He's that kind of person. He's not worth your attention. He's not worth it at all. I'd bin him off and find someone more interesting, you know? Paladari, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Jennifer, I think it's interesting to jump into this conversation. I understand that you're talking about lack of hair as a man, and I understand that part. However, a little twist for someone who has had too much or too thick hair, and I've shaved off the middle on each side for over 25 years, rather suffer from it. Life can be unfair on both sides, but well-meaning greeting. And you can look really hot if you wear your head with pride. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. I think there's some fucking amazing hairstyles out there. I frequently get hair envy. Frequently get hair envy, seeing other wonderful people and their wonderful hair. For sure. Is the soldier standing to attention? Depends what the soldier's looking at. Hey, that's Zana. How you doing? How's it going? Used to tie knot in my headphone cord, but only on the left side. Why? Because it's not right. Fuck you. God damn you. Get out. 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 Get out. Get out now, Milky Park. Good lord. You just fucked off all the people calling gay agenda, reiterated it to the Teletubbies are 3 years old. Why are you questioning sexuality or give and take? Oh, cool. So I actually just stood up and it's like, they're all children. Why the fuck are you making, why are you sexualizing these Teletubbies? That's really fucking weird. What a weird thing to do. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Sprays the water bottle. Oh my god. Because we don't jack off all trades, just the electricians. Pansexuals only jack off the electricians. No one else. No one else. Pie my ignorance, but what makes Yorkshire tea? Okay, tint of ginger. So, Yorkshire tea is specifically, first of all, the head offices are all in Yorkshire. Like the company itself is based within Yorkshire. Second of all, Yorkshire tea is specifically designed to work the best, to get the best flavor from Yorkshire water. So the tea leaves, you can buy Yorkshire tea and have it anywhere in the world. Absolutely. I fucking do. I have it all over the place. I take Yorkshire tea with me and it tastes great everywhere. However, it is specifically designed, the blend of tea leaves is specifically designed to taste the best with water from Yorkshire. It is fucking exquisite. Get Yorkshire pudding next time over? Absolutely. They're fucking great. About to say, I can't imagine you with a beard. I have had quite a hearty beard before. Many moons ago, I grew one. Normally, in my build-up to shaving the mustache for Christmas time, I normally grow out my beard quite significantly so that I've got plenty to play with when I shave it in. As I got was bread-wise is pain au chocolat. And it's all I want in life is currently aside from Apple Tizer and Cadbury's chocolates. I told you Cadbury's chocolates were the best. I told you. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn you that Cadbury's chocolates were infinitely better than any of the chocolates you get over in the States. But it was, you know, now you've been spoiled. Now you can't do anything more than that, right? We're not. I'm very happy about the fact that no one's opinions can change my own likes and dislikes. Good. Good. Nor should they. Nor should they. Switch cams and get a quote from this fan, right? Unfortunately, I don't have any other cams plugged in at the moment. I've been rearranging a whole load of stuff, so I don't have anything plugged in, unfortunately. When they filmed Luke Evans' Tony performance, they were kind enough to include a camera angle that featured his backside, and the singing was pretty good. Oh my god. Good lord. Good lord. Praise is absolutely worth following. More fun, wonderful reels. Oh, I appreciate that, Tiny Dinky. I really appreciate that. Val is, I mean, row your boat, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? What's the talking point you just walked into? Good question. We've been bouncing around about 8 today. Talking about jack off all trades. Why would you call it a pansexual when you could call it jack off all trades? Anyway. Lost context, but I'll jack off whoever I like. Can I test the electricians? Yeah. Jam Jar Brain. Are you still here? Out of interest, are you still here? Well, I'll be damned. If we're all lucky, we will all be with you, Citrines guys. You are here. 6 days ago. 6 whole days ago, you asked me a sex education question. And I'm finally going to answer it for you now. For those people that don't know, I am a sex educator, and people can use their channel points which you get for free for just watching and whatever, your extras if you're subscribed and stuff like that. But you can use your channel points to ask me sex education questions. The question is, can we explore or discuss why dark romance is such a popular form of media, why there are crossovers to sex, emotions, etc., and what it says, in your opinion, about society as a whole? Ooh. An interesting question, Jamjar. I think that a lot of the... I am not a psychologist. I am also not medically trained in any way, shape, or form. The information that I am going to give, as a disclaimer, the information I'm going to give is based on my own experience, my own research, and my own understanding of things. And I am well and truly willing to be corrected by people in chat who know better. But I think that when it comes to stuff like the fight or flight response and the reactions of carnal lust, the way that the body reacts is quite similar. In fact, I have to actively add you to add your thoughts and feelings. Absolutely, absolutely, for sure. I think that carnal lust and the fight and flight response have very similar reactions in the body. They might be stimulated by completely different things, but I think that in regards to what they do to the body, as I understand it, it has the same sort of effect. Adrenaline is a hell of a thing. Abso-fucking-lutely. Your heart starts pumping. Adrenaline floods your system. You get... The adrenaline floods your system in one of two ways. Either nervousness or ready to shoot. Do you know what I mean? It's either I'm going to fight you, which is the aggressive motion, or I'm going to run away, or I'm going to fuck the brains out of you. Do you know what I mean? The question again was, can we explore or discuss why dark romance is such a popular form of media and where the crossover to sex, emotions, etc., and what is it says, in your opinion, about society as a whole? I think this has always been a thing. I don't think this has changed by any stretch of the imagination. I would say that it's probably got more popular because in times like these, because the world is on fire and people fear about so fucking much and they are despairing at so fucking much that they look for some description of escape. And because the world is so dark, there is a relatability when it comes to some, like, a dark storyline, as it were. But in regards to sex, I think a lot of it comes down to a more primitive state of your body gearing up for something that requires a lot of exercise, whether it be fighting, running away, or sex. There is also the thrill of the chase, if you know people that get into like the primal hunts and stuff like that. And when I say the primal hunts, I mean somebody who is consenting to be the prey and somebody who is consenting to be the hunter, and they chase each other down in a set of woods or what have you, and when the hunter catches the prey in a very consenting manner, they fuck each other's brains out. That is very much a thing with people who are more into the extremer versions of primal foreplay, as it were. And it's very enthusiastic. It's thinking one of the most arousing times that a person, or one of the most attractive times that a person can have, is when they've just come out of the gym, because they've done all the exercise. They're covered in the pheromones. Even though human beings can't pick up on pheromones because of the way that our biology is, there are still certain like fragrances and stuff that stimulate the brain, and like somebody who's fucking sweaty and looking, oh my god, they've just done a load of work, they've just done physical activity, that raw sort of primal desire for another person, you know? You miss your prey partner, you will find another, Alec Wallace. I believe in you. I believe in you. The dopamine. Oh, that lovely, lovely dopamine. This is also the reason, in exactly the same way that people watch horror movies and play horror games and read horror stories and stuff, is the fact that there is an enjoyment. There is an enjoyment in the fear. And a lot of people who don't get it, who don't understand, like feel uncomfortable in the fear, don't understand those emotions, those dynamics. But if you have ever watched a horror movie and enjoyed watching horror movies and stuff like that, the threatness, exactly, that lingering threat that something is going to happen that you're not quite prepared for, but you're excited for, but you're not excited for because it's fear and oh my god, and what the fuck is going to happen? But also similar sort of thing with sex and dynamics. And dark romance is very, very similar, just without, because sex is one element of it. Sex is like the lust element of it, but there is definitely a love element of it. When you look at somebody that you love, you're like, they've done scientific experiments on this, like regardless of sex, when you look up somebody that you are genuinely head over heels in love with, your heart pumps faster, your body fills with excitement, you can't help but smile, your body is filled with dopamine and joy just because of their existence near you. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So I think that same chemicals in your body, different stimulation, you know? And if you can ever cross them over, dark romance, erotic horror, you know, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. They're both governed by the reptilian brain. Yeah, very much so. So the people I know who read a lot of dark romance, it's been a way to reclaim and heal from their own traumatic experience. That is also a thing. For sure, for sure. I know a fair amount of people. I didn't really want to dip my toe too far into the trauma element, but it is a very valid point, Alexandra. A very, very valid point that when it comes to some people who have experienced trauma, they are able to they are able to read and navigate and potentially heal from that trauma in a place that is within their own control. So if we're going to talk about like the trauma, and we don't need to go into details of traumas around that stuff, etc., because I don't want to trigger anybody, but there is definitely an element of I control this situation and therefore I can explore it and the emotions I feel with it within safety. For sure, for sure. Give me 2 seconds, friends. What are you doing? Come here, you little shit. There's a bloody moth. It's all right. It flew itself into a spider web. Spider's gonna eat well tonight. Where was I? I got distracted. It was fluttering. It was fluttering. Very interesting outlook. Yeah, it's definitely, it's backed up by a lot of science in regards to like therapy and stuff like that, and people exploring their own traumas within a situation they can control. You know? Not a dark romance reader, but I think, excuse me, for a lot of people, being fawned over by someone is a much wanted thing, especially in the current dating scene. So it fills a gap for many people, maybe. To a certain degree, Royubo, I think there is a level of fantasy romance that is hard to replicate without being cheesy. There is a level of fantasy romance within our reality that fucking works amazingly well in literature or even audio, like audio books and stuff like that, audio role plays and stuff, that works unbelievably well in those like media forms, however works horrifically in real life because it just comes across as really, really fucking cheesy. Watching a Gomez style character be like, oh Tish, and I will kiss your hand from fingertip all the way up your arm, feel the pressing of my lips as it, like, that can work really, really nicely. However, when you do it in person, it can, not always, but it can come across extremely fucking cheesy and ruin the moment. There is definitely an element as well, Jamja, actually now I've brought it up. There's definitely an element as well of indulgence in fantasy. As I have talked about many, many times, people are allowed to fantasize about whatever the fuck they want to fantasize about. You know, it's within the realms of your own head, but you should never replicate fantasy into reality, because 9 times out of 10 you will fall short. That is one of the dynamics of the way that fantasies work and stuff. They work really, really well in your imagination because of the way everything goes the way you want it to, and you feel the way you want to feel. But the moment you bring it out, it shatters that fantasy. And if you have a dark romance, there is a control, there is an escapism, there is an entire dark world, especially if you're of a gothic persuasion. There's an entire dark world that you can escape to that is within your control, you know? Not going to be the case for everyone, but it has been for some of my friends. I think it absolutely, it won't be the case for everybody, but it's well worth, a topic well worth discussing for sure. Then on the flip side, there is also something about someone seeing the worst part of you and being loved and still being accepted. Yes. I don't want to dissuade, like, I don't want to divert too much, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think you're right. Is that whole complete acceptance, but also this is when you get into like elements of what's the word I'm looking for? This is where you get into elements of like 50 Shades of Grey, where in the literary world it's like, oh my god, this is great, this is wonderful, but actually when you sit and look at it, it's just an example of an abusive relationship and stuff like that. It's that whole, they see the worst parts of you and they still love you anyway, and it's like, yeah, but if they see the worst parts of you, they can still love you, but they can still turn around and be like, hey, that's not cool. What you are doing is not all right, you know? And this is one of the problems we're having. Jesus Christ. We're not going to get distracted onto it. I'm going to make the statement and we are not going to talk about it, all right? Just something for you to think about in your own time. This is one of the problems that we're having with people getting AI partners, is the fact that the AI partner that they are talking to online on their AI fucking interfaces and shit like that loves them no matter what they fucking do. So they are doing horrific shit, or really selfish shit, or really narcissistic shit, or what have you, and the AI is going, yeah, that's wonderful, I love you no matter what. And it actually encourages and reinforces bad behavior. Like when you're trying to train a dog and you keep spoiling it even though it's not doing what you're told to. Do you know what I mean? I'm not into AI companions. I'm not into AI at all by any stretch of the imagination. I don't like it. But yeah, I don't really want to go into that dynamic. That's a conversation that we can definitely have another time. But just as a warning of like stuff like, it's cool in literary, and it's cool in the fantasy world of dark romance or dark smut, as it were. But just be aware that there are genuinely big problems with that when you start bringing those elements into real life. For sure. For sure. Dark romance is also a wonderful way to safely explore a more intense kink without the risk factor of having to put your safety in the hands of another person. Very, very true. Very, very true. For sure, Major Jiggle. Of course, it's not going to be the case for everyone, but it's some of your friends, for sure. Is someone willing to give a brief explanation of what we're calling dark romance? As in something that's a little bit creepy. Like, I would say, like, for example, the Addams Family. Their dynamic is a dark romance. They're both a little bit unhinged, but they're unhinged together. A vampire Vampiric romance would be a thing where the protagonist is a young innocent woman and the monstrous vampire who has slaughtered many in their time of undeath and yet finds a quick and delightful allure to this fair young maiden that has softened their heart. That kind of thing, you know? Dark romance is a subgenre of fiction that explores intense, often taboo love stories. Unlike traditional romance, it features morally ambiguous characters, power imbalances, and transgressive themes like obsession, captivity, or violence. While highly dramatic, these stories generally end with a happily ever after. Do you know what's a perfect example of dark romance without supernatural elements to it? The Secretary. The movie The Secretary is unhinged as fuck. Extremely unsettling, not okay in any way, shape, or form, and yet in the dynamics of like the movie, it's a dark romance. Do you know what I mean? I edit dark romance sometimes, and yes, physiological arousal is physiological arousal, and desire is difficult to disentangle from what we have been through and power exchanges, etc. Yeah. Absolutely. I keep seeing pheromone perfumes being advertised, and it irks me for that reason, because humans don't work like that. No. But the thing about it is, row your boat, as you probably are well aware, in this day and age, especially in this day and age of misinformation, people read what they want to read. If they are feeling particularly fucking lonely and somebody turns around and goes, well, this perfume will cover you in pheromones that'll make you irresistible, they'll give you the Lynx effect, then they're going to be like, oh, well, I really want that to happen, so let's do that, you know.
Most kind.
Norman Looney, you cheeky devil, coming in for 11 whole months. And being a paid subscriber, taking us that one step closer to the 60-40 split for June, you cheeky little devil. No, now then, you gorgeous beast. Now then, you beautiful human being. How you doing? How's it going? I should now inscribe your name upon the mirror vein. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. You've seen plenty of enough of as it is, cheeky little devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? You beautiful bean. Still not over, Ken. I'm still really fucking sleepy. Like, everything's packed away now. Everything's finally packed away and cleared down. I cleaned the fucking house this weekend. So, like, it was so good. It was so good to just be in a fucking clean house at last. So everything's now packed away, but I'm just shattered. I'm just really fucking tired. But I hope you're doing well, friend. Hope it's going okay. We're talking about dark romance and dark smut, as it were. Threat wetness. Exactly. There's definitely a dynamic where that is a whole thing, for sure. And I don't want to... being careful about not getting into too much into that. Because there are realms there that I don't want to get into. But, yeah. Here I am, living in glorious forests and yet to be chased by an attractive masked man through them. Scandalous, Major Jiggle. Scandalous. You should rearrange that as quickly as possible. I have friends who keep trying to find more and more dark romance novels, and it's getting a challenge to push mental boundaries, which I can understand. But this is... So, this is one of the genuine risks of the world of kink. Fucking hell, we're going off on a right curveball here, friends, okay? We're going off on a right curveball of kink. One of the risks that the world of kink has is the fact that a lot of the appeal for kinksters isn't necessarily the floggings or the BDSM or the power dynamics or any of that stuff. For many people, it's the fact that it is taboo. The fact that it is not something that society accepts. The fact that it is something that is rejected or something they feel they feel a little bit giggly about because it's all private and it's what is it like? Oh my God. And that's great. I love the taboo dynamic. One of the things I've talked about many times in the past is the fact that I get a little buzz from doing intimate things in public, because of the fact that there is the risk of being caught, as it were. Ooh, the risk of being caught, you know. Obviously, I am not like encouraging anybody to do anything in public. I'm saying that I have previously done stuff in public, and I would definitely never do it again. Definitely. Either way, the point is that the buzz, the enthusiasm, the adrenaline rush that you get from that is because of the fact that it's taboo, because of the fact that you could get caught doing it, etc. And when it comes to the world of kink, the vast majority of people are into their kinks because they're into their kinks. Some people are into their kinks because it's taboo. And the problem with those specific people is the fact that when something becomes more accepted, they feel the need to push their taboos, which is where you get more and more and more extreme fetishes, etc. Which can be quite dangerous. For obvious reasons. So, as much as, like, a classic example is actually the 50 Shades of Grey novels. The 50 Shades of Grey novels were horrific in regards to their representation of the BDSM community, of the kink community. They were awful in regards to the fact that they depicted abusive relationships and made it seem like it was just the normal way that kinksters work. Safe, sane, and consensual, very, very much so. Abso-fucking-lutely. But what it did do, that it is genuinely good for, is the fact that it made a lot of people, very specifically women, it made a lot of people stop and think about their own sex lives. It made them stop and go, am I happy in my own sex life? Am I okay with what it is? Do I want something more adventurous? Do I want to branch out and experience some of this stuff that they're talking about here? Obviously, when they go into the kink community, I'd like to think that they were taught properly about safe, sane, and consensual sex, etc. But, you know, they wanted to explore more. And that is great. We are all for, especially me, I'm all for ethical hedonism. I'm all for people indulging themselves in whatever pleasures they want and trying things twice because the first time it might hurt, and all of that stuff. Absolutely. However, the normalization of that kind of lifestyle meant that more and more people will come into the fetish clubs and the BDSM clubs and the kink nights and the munches and the play munches and what have you, which meant that the more hardcore kinksters were like, oh, well, this is all normal now. It doesn't float my boat anymore. I need to do something more extreme. Which can be dangerous. On many levels. You know? So yeah. We've got to be like Jamjar then talking about the fact it's like, well, I've got friends who are into more and more extreme smut and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, fair enough, they're into extreme smut and what have you, but they need to, I would strongly recommend that those friends of yours take a moment to stop and think about why they're into the smut. What is it about the stories that they are looking for that is giving them that buzz? Do you know what I mean? What is it about them that they're looking for in that? Is it a way to compensate for something else? Is it because they're just looking for something a bit more extreme or what have you? Is it because of the fact that they themselves in their own brains have normalized these stories and therefore want to do so? They want to take it that step farther. They want to take it that step higher. Do you know what I mean? Itchy nose. Where was I? There we go. I do note that people tend to move dark romance into needing psychiatric category. What if Heathcliff is just hot, you know? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that if you're into dark romance, you need to go see a therapist by any stretch of the imagination. Your fantasies are your fantasies. I have dark fantasies. Abso-fucking-lutely. I am very stereotypical in my gothic nature. I fucking love a good, dark, gloomy thing where things can reach out of me. Fucking monster pornography. I am all for weird and creepy shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm all for weird and creepy shit. But I also know why I'm into it. Do you know what I mean? I also know why it ticks boxes for me. Why it amuses me or entertains me or makes me feel hot under the collar. You know? From one who was working in psychiatric care for, among others, what a good answer you give, Valen, on that tricky question. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Jennifer. I do my best. I have had a very colorful life. It's amazingly intense, but also the security of a controlled setting, being able to know that you can stop it, close book, gives comfort in the risk. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, the thing about like these dark romances, and very specifically like dark smut and stuff like that, is the fact that the safe word is to close the book. If they feel comfortable later to go back to it, then they can open the book again. Like that scene from Never-Ending Story, where the young protagonist goes, I can't do this anymore, and fucking shuts the book and runs over, and in the candlelight hides under some blankets while eating a snaffly apple or something like that. And then goes, no, I want to keep going. I want to get through this. And then opens the book again, ready to keep fucking going at it. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, the adult version. You know? Do enjoy the suspense of an interesting story, plot of a horror story? Absolutely. I'm a big fan of horror. I am a big fan of creeping dread. I like jump scares. I get bored of very, very quickly because I'm like, all right, fucking hell, yeah, fair enough. Oh no, another one. Oh, fucking hell. But like the creeping dread, that sort of lingering tension. Oh, fucking exquisite. Genuinely exquisite. Love that shit. Wuthering Heights is a gothic romance too, just totally different genre. I have not seen it, nor read it. Don't know anything about it. The only thing I know about Wuthering Heights is the Kate Bush song. That's it. And honestly, I know they remade it recently. There was nothing about it that appealed to me, so I was like, all right, fuck it, whatever. Dark romance stories can be similar, that they can be safe in ways to explore feelings without any real-world risks. Can also be a way to process trauma for some of us. Yeah, for sure. The Gothic is from a time when romance was not differentiated from horror. Yes, that's because the Western world, very specifically the Victorian world, Qualia, was afraid of both. Afraid of strong emotions, afraid of love, because a lot of the, especially nobility, a lot of nobility marriages were based around social, political power structures and shit like that. And horror was very much the same. They were afraid of that. I really appreciate everyone's input. Curiosity kicked in 6 days ago. That's all right. I enjoy the fact that we've left it there until now because it's a very interesting topic. It's basically very, very gentle, personally controlled exposure therapy. Yeah, absolutely. And that's not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. We've talked about like triggers before and the difference between triggers and discomforts, because just because something is uncomfortable does not mean that it is a trigger, you know? And I think that we're definitely in an era where people overuse the word trigger. Oh my God, that triggers me. And it's like, actually, no, it doesn't. It just makes you uncomfortable. And it's okay to be uncomfortable. But a trigger is a term used in psychotherapy, which is like, this has triggered something you cannot fucking control and you have no holds on. And triggers are an individual's personal responsibility. The whole point of approaching triggers and, the difference between fear and a phobia, fucking great comparison, Rusted Reverie. Absolutely fucking great comparison. The difference between a fear and a phobia. Absolutely fantastic comparison. Love that. I might steal that when explaining it later. No worries, you take it easy, Jennifer. Thank you very much for stopping by. You take it easy. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future at some stage, you beautiful being. Sleep well, sleep well. Like a trigger, when you're talking about psychological dynamics, you are talking about something that something that literally triggers like a gun, an effect that you cannot control, and it's all about triggers. The reason why people bring up triggers in therapy and stuff like that is about how to approach those triggers so that you can manage your reaction to them. That's the reason why they bring them up. It's not an immediate thing of like, this trigger happens and therefore everything about it must be avoided. It's more a thing of, these things will happen. These triggers will happen in your life. At some stage, these triggers will happen in your life. We need to decide, or you and your therapist specifically need to decide how you go about dealing with the effects that those triggers will cause. And we've definitely got into a day and age where people very much overuse the word trigger. They use it for things they feel uncomfortable about and what have you. And I'm not saying that everyone uses the word trigger is just feeling uncomfortable. Some people are genuinely triggered by things. But it was an interesting conversation that I had with some devs who make not safe for work games. Because I had a conversation with a whole load of them on Reddit where I was like, hey, how do you feel about trigger warnings and content warnings and stuff? Because when it comes to a lot of these not safe for work games, where it's like specifically sex and stuff like that, there are some dynamics of non-consent within there. And I think that anything regarding non-consent should always have a trigger warning on them. And then it ended up being a big conversation about what a trigger actually is, where it fits within the realms of therapy and psychology and what have you, and how that all works in relation to these games. Now, I still think that if a game contains something like that is indulgent, that includes anything to do with SA, then it should come with a content warning. It should always come with a content warning, because that is a genuine trigger for hundreds of thousands of people across the world. No worries, Most Effect. No worries. You lurk away, you beautiful being. Hundreds of thousands of people across the world. So I think it should always be there. But it did have an interesting conversation in regards to what triggers are and why they're there and how they've been misused and stuff like that. You know? We're not going to go into the conversation around not like non-consensual content and non-consensual bits and pieces, because that is a very, very big conversation. And if we are ever going to sit down and have that conversation, we need to make sure that the entire fucking stream is A, on mature content only, tagged properly, and B, has all of the fucking trigger warnings. And I also probably need to make sure that I book in some time in that stream for times out for myself, for my own anger triggers, because that is a subject that I feel very, very passionately about, and it makes me really fucking angry. So yeah, I'm not afraid of the conversation, but I am aware of the fact that that is one of the very few conversations where I would need to prepare myself mentally for it. Do you know what I mean? So Rich really want to hang out and listen all day, but life being life, that's all right. Alchemist, you sleep well, go do whatever you need to do, whatever it is that you're doing for the rest of the bits and pieces, for sure. Do you know what I mean? Malevolent God, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Just we all well, you wonderful people. Yeah, we're just having a very interesting conversation at the moment. Very, very interesting conversation at the moment. Doing well discussing dark romance smut and how it makes people feel. Yeah, the idea of any sort of partner only ever agreeing with me or blowing smoke up my ass is just weird. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Approximately 18 years ago, I was in a relationship with a delightful young individual. We were in a relationship for 3 years. In those 3 years, we had 3 arguments. 3 arguments in 3 years. One of those arguments was about the fact that we didn't argue enough. They genuinely believed that Ascon, how you doing? They genuinely believed that I was just agreeing with them because I wanted them to feel good. I wanted them to feel great about stuff. And I was just agreeing with them because I always agree with them. And it's like, yeah, because you make solid points. I have never been the kind of person to cow down to something. If I disagree with something, then I'm going to say it. I will say that I disagree with something. It just happened to be that I actually agreed with pretty much everything they ever said. Like I said, 3 arguments in 3 years. I was just like, a couple of things. I was like, actually, I don't agree with that. I think that's a bit unusual. And then, friends, one of the arguments we had led itself to one of the most entertaining stories of my entire existence. And I'm going to tell you about it. Okay? Now, I'm going to preface it by saying that it doesn't include any of the potential triggers that could be. Okay? So when I talk through this story, there will be certain points where you'll go, oh, and I can tell you now, it doesn't include those things. It doesn't include those things. All right? So we'll go through it. I'll tell you all about it. And when we get to those moments, just relax and remember that it doesn't include what it seems like it might include. Okay? There's the preface. Okay, friends. So I was with this delightful, delightful young lady who was, we were fucking 21. And I was a very angry 21-year-old. Or I wasn't an angry 21-year-old. I was a passionate 21-year-old. And what I mean by that is every single thing that I did, I jumped in feet first, absolutely fucking everything, just went in. Everything about it was 200%. Okay? We had an argument. A fucking brutal argument. I can't remember what the argument was about, but I remember it was a brutal argument. I never ever walk away from a scenario of a disagreement or what have you. I'll be like, I might need some space or what have you. I understand that a lot more now. But this argument was so heated that I walked out of the fucking house, slammed the door behind me, and fucking left. Absolutely fucking left. I had to walk away from the situation, which I had never done before in my entire fucking life. Cannot remember what the argument was about, but it was evidently about something that really boiled my piss. Do you know what I mean? Really boiled my piss. I left the house that we were staying in at the time, and I was so angry that I didn't know what to do with myself. And the only thing that I could think of, because I was feeling angry and I was feeling violent, and I'm a pacifist. I do not feel violent, okay? But I was feeling angry and I was feeling violent. That's how unbelievably aggro I was. The only thing I could think of, with it being 2 o'clock in the morning, was to go to the local park and go rapist hunting. That's the trigger warning, but I'm telling you, it doesn't happen. All right, none of that shit happens. Nothing like that happens. Okay, there's your scenario. Okay. So I went to the local park, and I was marching around that park, and I was desperate for some vile creature to come across where I could unleash the anger that I was feeling. As I marched around the better than frightened, absolutely. As I marched around this park, stomping. Fucking come on, I'm gonna fuck some shit up. I heard a scream. Scream came from there was a big statue in the middle of this park, and there's like big, thick, dense bushes around the statue. And I was like, fucking, let's go. The blood was pumping. The adrenaline was pumping. I fucking marched over there. I would fucking parted the bushes. I was like, I'm fucking ready to fuck shit up. And 2 young women walked out of the fucking bush. One turning to the other and went, fuck Fucking hell, Chantel. Next time you're pissing in a bush, just wash my fucking shoes out. You pissed all over me shoe. They stop. They look at me. Eyes, like fucking drain. The blood drains from their fucking face. They look directly at me. I look at them and I'm like, I'm not a pervert. And fucking run away. I was marching around looking for perverts to cause a ruckus to. And these two young ladies who had pissed on each other's shoes in a bush thought that I was the pervert trying to watch them piss on each other's shoes. I will say, it was a very enthusiastic, it was a very quick way to negate all of that anger, because I immediately was just like, what the fuck was that? And then I rang my darling partner, and she was crying because she'd never seen me that angry before, and she was so worried about what I'd done or where I'd gone and what I was off to do and shit like that. And it was good. We went back and we made up and stuff like that, but it was just like, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, Jesus. So if you don't know who the pervert is, within 2 minutes, it turns out it's me. Almost became the very thing that you were looking for. Irony was strong in that scenario. Absolutely. I bet the argument was about odd socks and eating mushrooms. It fucking probably was. No, it was definitely about the fact that they pissed on each other's shoes. Definitely about the fact they pissed on each other's shoes. And do you know what? It entertains me. It entertains me to think that there are now 2 fully grown fucking women out there that remember the night out where they went into a bush to have a piss, accidentally pissed on each other's shoes, and when they tried to exit, there was a really angry looking goth just waiting for them, who ran away, who screamed, "I'm not a pervert," and ran away. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck. I just heard the screams, and naturally I was looking for a specific scenario. So I was like, there's a scream. That's the scenario I'm looking for. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. Yeah. Hopefully the shoes didn't linger any smells after they cleaned up. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, for sure. To be fair, if they were that drunk, they may not remember. It's true. They might not remember. It's like from the in-betweeners, yeah. They might not remember. I think they probably do. It was a pretty sobering experience, you know? Pretty sobering experience. Oh, brilliant. So yeah, there you go. Story time. Story time. It's human. Never ending story. Yeah. I'm scrolling up a bit to try and catch up on what people have said. The more you expose, the more accustomed you come to it, and we'll seek further more extreme variants and so on and so forth. Absolutely, absolutely, for sure. So long as everyone is involved in consent form, the KYJ 311 dash, yeah, the KY jelly. That's one. That's the one. Absolutely. We're not going to talk about those men who watched 50 Shades and bought official licensed wooden ruler off Amazon and started to call themselves Dom, thinking it meant that just being a douche canoe like in the films. Yeah. Well, those people will very quickly learn. Those people will have very quickly learned, because they will have been ousted from all kink societies, all kink environments as quickly as possible. You know what I mean? Same on the Gothic wavelength. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think there's a tendency to downplay the risks of exploring increasingly dark stories because it's just literature? I don't think there are risks. Honestly, row your boat. I don't think there are risks. In exactly the same way that, like, fucking GTA doesn't actually increase gun violence.
Panda to it! Panda to it!
Valen the Bush P. Goth.
Thanks. Thanks, Major Jiggle. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bush P. Goth. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't think there is, I don't think people that are reading books actually indulge in those things. You know, I don't think that's the thing. There have been actual studies done of, like, people when they started complaining about GTA increasing gun violence, and it's like, actually it doesn't increase gun violence. nor does music. Like, it's not a fucking thing. There are certain types of crime that are linked to certain influencers, whether they be pop stars or YouTubers, etc. Absolutely. But I don't think literature is one of them. I don't think anybody is, like, reading... fucking, I don't know. I'm immediately drawing a blank as to brutal novels. I don't think anyone's reading any Stephen King and thinking, I know, I'm going to bury a murderous cat and it's going to come back and haunt me in Pet Sematary. Do you know what I mean? No one's reading A Clockwork Orange and going, fucking game on. Do you know? I don't think that's the thing. Or if they are, there are already things underlying that circumstance, and all that is doing, like the situation was always going to be the case. For example, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. For example, taking this example as a point, row your boat. If somebody was reading a particularly dark, smutty story, for example, and then they go out and commit some description of crime, they were always going to go out and commit some description of crime. The dark, smutty story just gave them a bit of a direction. It didn't... like, it might have dictated methods, but actually they were always going to go do that. If that makes sense. I do not believe... for positive and negative as well, like for me, for example, I get influenced about a fucking cosmic fuck. I talk about the fact that Ken is like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, fuck the Moulin Rouge. I have been influenced greatly by the Rocky Horror Picture Show and the aesthetics of the Moulin Rouge. Absolutely, like those things have hugely influenced me. However, I was always going to run the event. The way I've styled that event has been influenced by other things, but the event was always going to run because I am that kind of person where I like to run events. I like to bring that level of joy. I like to bring all those things, you know? Does that make sense? It's human nature, unfortunately, with variety stuff, not just sex. It all boils down to 3 chemicals in the brain, to quote therapy: dopamine, serotonin, and adrenaline. Whether it be sex, accumulation of wealth, doing sports, once your limit becomes the norm, people tend to push to get the same feeling as before. Yes, that's where it gets mixed up with addiction. Addiction, you cannot get a sex addiction. You cannot get gambling addiction. They are not addictions per se, because addiction is specifically external chemicals influencing the brain, as opposed to you just desperately craving more and more dopamine, more and more serotonin, more and more adrenaline. The brain always tries to level itself back out to neutral, which is the reason why usually after you've had a really, really pleasurable experience, you will have a really, really negative experience to counteract that. There is a whole load of psychology and like biochemistry around all of that. I am not the best person to do it. Thank you very much. Homeostasis, that's exactly what I was about to use. But yes, homeostasis. The whole dynamic of the brain will always try to return to neutral, and it'll build. Oh my god, this is absolutely fucking amazing. Then it'll be like, okay, the thing's over now. Dip. Oh, I've shot too far. Okay, that's great. And we'll go back to normal again. That tends to happen with everything. Some people suffer it more extremely. From what I understand, people with ADHD, because of their inability to regulate said dopamine, can feel the highs and the lows much more drastically. Mention dark romance novels as an example because I am sometimes worried that a friend of mine is getting closer towards the sort of person who starts to remove themselves from real relationships. As a common example is anime fans saying they have no interest in real people for relationships. I get that people just might not want to get into relationships. It's when people want relationships that are unhealthy and unreal. Yes, I think that's a very valid concern to have, Ginger. I think that's a very, very valid concern to have. People who immerse themselves too far in the fantasy absolutely become unrealistic. This is one of the problems that some people, not all people, but some people have with their perception of pornography. And this is like the dynamic where like some people call porn addiction, which isn't an addiction, but porn addiction, one of the side effects of that is the fact that they can't engage in normal sexual dynamics because what they expect is what they see on pornography. But what we see on pornography is entertainment. It is there for our amusement. It is there for our entertainment. It is there to stir our lusts. It is not there to be an accurate representation of a coital engagement situation, you know? And so I think you are very right to have those concerns. And maybe that's a conversation that you need to have with said friends about the fact that it's like, look, this is the situation. You need to be aware of the fact that you are losing yourself to the fantasy world. You are trying to escape so much from your current life, but that escape is a fantasy, and that fantasy will inhibit your relationships in reality. Unfortunately, I don't think that will do much, because the vast majority of the time when it comes to that dynamic of things, a lot of these people have to find out for themselves. And if they don't find out for themselves, they're not going to listen to anybody else. I have unfortunately been in an unreasonable amount of situations where I've had to just sit and watch my friends make really stupid fucking decisions because they need to discover it for themselves. And nothing I say or do will make a difference. You know? Bastion, I know. Hostiles, I know. Kind of horror that is plausible IRL is what scares me the most. I much prefer fantasy horror. I prefer something with a little hint of the supernatural, or a little hint of the science fiction, or what have you, because there is more than enough real world horror for me to deal with. I would rather not have to worry about that. Do you know what I mean? Porn, yeah or nay? Yeah, I Tiny Dinky, when it comes to pornography, I think that pornography is an entertainment format. It's entertainment, that's all it is. I think that sex work is real work. I have a lot of friends who are porn stars or OnlyFans stars or even like on the street sex workers. I know a fair few of those as well. And I have no qualms with those businesses. Well, I have no qualms with their professions at all. I do have qualms with the way that the industry is run, because I think that because of the fact that there is so much taboo in the adult entertainment industry, because of the fact that there are so many payment processing providers that refuse to use it, because of the fact that there's so much misinformation and that it's looked down upon and it's seen as disgusting and there's so much prejudice against it, it means that you can't properly regulate it. And when you can't properly regulate something, especially with the amount of fucking corrupt government that exists at the moment, when you can't properly regulate something, that's where abuses take place. That's where abuses take place. If they legalized all sex work and regulated all sex work and taxed all sex work, if they made it all legal but heavily regulated, or decriminalized, which is different from making it legal, then everybody involved, the sex workers themselves, the industry professionals themselves, and the clients would all be better protected. And everybody would be in a better scenario. Everyone would be in a better situation. But unfortunately, because of this weird pseudo bullshit dynamic where people are afraid of sex but use sex to sell every fucking item, every perfume advert out there uses sex. Puritanical is a good word to use, Hewin. Also, how you doing? How's it going? Because of this weird dynamic where people look at sex with disgust and yet craving, it means that these industries just get constantly frowned upon. And everybody suffers for it. Everybody involved suffers for it. And you know what? Entire nations suffer for it because of it. The porn industry was one of the biggest taxed industries in America. Let's take recent history, not even including all the stuff that's happened over the past like 100 odd years. Recent history. The porn industry brought in so much fucking money. Take the biggest porn site in the world, Pornhub. Pornhub brought in so much fucking money. Millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds. Potentially even billions of pounds. Or billions of dollars in America. Okay? Over the past, 2 years? Half the American states will not show Pornhub. Which means that Pornhub, even though it's an American company, it's a Canadian company, excuse me. In the past 2 years, half the American states will not show Pornhub. Which means that half the American states are not taking tax from all of the thousands and thousands and thousands of views on Pornhub. Which means that the overall, income of the American tax system to keep running the country properly and the state tax system to keep running the states properly is suffering because of the weird taboo that people have on pornography. And let's be clear. Let us be very, very clear. Banning Pornhub does not stop people watching porn. It doesn't. There have been studies after studies after studies. It does not stop people from watching porn. All it does is push people to watch pornography on less ethical sites. Pornhub, being the biggest porn site in the world, has had many fucking issues in the past. Very, very questionable shit. Very immoral shit. There is an entire documentary on Netflix about how fucking immoral they have been in the past. Absolutely. 100%. But because of all of that, they now have regulations in place. They now have policies in place to make sure that that shit doesn't ever fucking happen again. To make sure that everybody that stars, that appears on Pornhub is of age, is consenting. To make sure that all of this stuff is ticked off. Which means that Pornhub, though it has had a questionable past, is actually one of the most regulated porn sites in the world. People banning Pornhub, or states banning Pornhub, or the UK banning Pornhub, doesn't stop people watching porn. All it does is make people watch porn on more unethical, less regulated sites, where you can't guarantee that everybody's consenting. You can't guarantee that everyone's over the age of 18. It's a massive fucking problem. And people turn around and go, oh, nobody would ever get into porn out of choice. I can literally list like a dozen people. Off the top of my head, I can list a dozen people off that literally got into the porn industry because they fucking love sex. Because they really enjoyed it. Or they really enjoy the money that it brings in. Do you know what I mean? In Texas, porn is in the closet. Yeah, everyone wants to watch it. Unfortunately, in Texas, a lot of things are in the closet. I really enjoyed... I was in Texas very, very briefly for about 12 hours during a flyover, and it was a very beautiful place. And I've met a lot of people from Texas, and I really think they're great people. But there is a lot of oppression in Texas in regards to anything that isn't considered to be conservative. You replicating them, yeah? I had a few exes who would literally do anything I asked of them. They were, while that was a compliment, it also got so boring so quickly. Absolutely, yeah. Maybe you should come out with some outlandish opinions to check if that's what you were doing. Maybe they should have done, Huron. Yeah, if they'd have come out with some really weird shit, I'd have been like, nah, that's a bit weird. Maybe don't talk about that, because that's a fucking strange angle to have. Or the thing is that I also, when I think about that relationship, going back to the relationship that I had, where we had 3 arguments in 3 years, when I think about that relationships, we had disagreements. We had loads of disagreements. We just didn't argue about them, if that makes sense. It was like, we disagree about this thing, and I'm like, cool, let's talk about it. I don't think this is right. You don't think this is right. Okay, well, where can we find a middle ground? Just like that. So the fact that we had 3 arguments in 3 years is like full-blown arguments, not like we had disagreements. Because we had disagreements all the time. She just felt that whatever her history was, she felt that a disagreement should be an argument, otherwise it doesn't really count. And I was like, that's a really weird fucking angle, but okay, sure. What? It's great to be similar opinions and mindsets, but imperfect person, I'm not always in the right, so it's sketchy if no one ever calls it out, which is fair, absolutely. Completely and utterly. But it's not like I said, we had disagreements. We were just very similar people and very similar opinions on stuff, you know? Right here, they walked out. What phrase it boiled my piss? Yeah. There's a few new phrases you may pick up when you hang out here, for sure. I'm here to save you. Oops. Exactly. I'm scrolling down, friends, because I'm catching up. Skip past all of the stuff to do with me finding two ladies who pissed on each other's shoes. To answer the question you asked when I came in, how are me and mine? I hope it's all best. I finally hit a point where I truly understand the feeling of moral indignation. Not a story for here, but I will explain in Discord later. Okay, cool. I appreciate you offering to share the story. But we're on vacation and having an amazing time seeing friends. And though it's a long road trip, it has been so much better, so much fun for the kiddos. Are feeling much better. Alec, as much as I fully understand that there will be moral indignation there, and if you would like to share, you are obviously, you say you don't want to share here, that's fine. If you want to share it in the Discord, fully understandable, absolutely very, very welcome to do so. I do think about you and your little ones. Excuse me, but I'm very glad that the whole lot of you have been able to get away and just have some fun and have an escape from it all and stuff like that. That's really good. I'm really glad to hear that, buddy. Really glad to hear that. I mean, more likely reflecting on why they're looking for increasingly dark stories just because it's fiction. Oh, I see what you're saying, Row Your Boat. Maybe. I think there is definitely an element of we get jaded to stuff. Like, do you know what's a perfect example of that? Actually, I brought up Ken earlier. A perfect example is Ken. I want to make Ken even bigger because I've got used to what Ken currently is. People who come to Ken for the first time are like, fuck me, look at how amazing this is. Look at all the things that are included in the ticket price. Oh, there's so much stuff. Oh my God, this is absolutely fucking amazing. But for me, I'm like, I need more. I need to take it to the next level. It always needs to be bigger. Does that make sense? So I in that regard, maybe, yeah. Like they've become so used to the kind of dark fiction that they currently read that they need more. They need something darker or more mysterious, etc. Potentially, possibly, yeah. Zemka, how you doing, you beautiful individual? You're on call? No worries. You lurk away, you beautiful bean. The only thing that increases gun crime is access to guns. Agreed. Access to guns and no strong regulations around guns. But we're not going to get into that debate because I have opinions. That's not the lack of training in appropriate. What did I miss? Oh, that's not fair. The lack of training, appropriate regulations for storage does too. I mean, yeah, but if they didn't have access to it, then it'd be fine. People talk about. We're not going to talk about gun crime. We're not going to talk about gun crime because I will go off on one again. That's like those teenagers who committed murder to appease the Slender Man. Yeah, they were always going to commit murder. They just needed the Slender Man just added some flavor to the way they were going to do it. It could have been the Slender Man. It could have been Jason Voorhees from the fucking Halloween movies. It could have been to fucking... There's so many villains out there where it's like, we're going to commit murder to appear to this person. And worst case scenario...
Most kind.
Rusted Reverie. Thank you very much for choosing to spend your hard-earned money and allow the corruption to settle in with your brand new tier 1 sub. Let me finish this thought and I'll be right with you. When it comes to like the people who murdered to appease the Slender Man, they could have picked a million different villains from a million different franchises. They picked the Slender Man. They were always going to commit murder. Worst case scenario, they were going to commit murder and appease the devil. It was always going to happen. It's just the way they decided to frame it was the Slender Man, you know? Oh, right. Rusted Reverie. The anniversary of that Slenderman stabbing was recent. Was it really? Oh, that's interesting. I'd forgotten all about it, to be honest with you. I will now inscribe your name on the mirror of Vane. By having your name on the mirror of Vane, means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. You also take us one step closer to the 60-40 split and get a discount on all the merchandise if you are in any way, shape, or form interested. But again, no pressure. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? You cheeky little devil. Cornwall. You cheeky little devil, you. You cheeky little devil. Cornwall UK has redeemed a show dono with speech. This is showing the dono, and now I need to tell you about it. Now, before I go on, friends, please be aware, there is no obligation or expectation for anybody to donate. We don't work like that. It's just not the way we are, all right? That being said, we do have a donation goal that is ongoing. This is the last bit of this one, which is good. It's only £100 as opposed to my normal £200. We only did £100 because you've already paid for £100 worth of it. So fuck it, I just did it this way. It is to repopulate the fish tank. Put more fish in there. Unfortunately, the first set of fish died. I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm still working that out. But to put more fish in there. That is the plan. We actually do have a reward for this. So the way that we do donation goals is every single time that somebody, every single time we hit the end of a donation goal, I reward the stream by, or more specifically, I say thank you. And I put a variety of different options in the Discord for people from the community to vote from. The one that is currently winning is to do a Hattoful boyfriend stream, which is to play the game, which is the pigeon dating simulator stream. So we will date some pigeons once we've hit this, providing that is still the top one. We will date some pigeons.
Yeah, you subscribed.
It's a whole thing.
Kind.
Mosa Fett, thank you very much as well. Coming in with a brand new tier 1. Good lord, the corruption is settling in very nicely. Yes. Yes, indeed. Taking us out one step closer to the 60-40 split for June. And also being a brand new subscriber. Thank you so much. I will now inscribe your name also on the Mirror of Vane. That is very, very kind of you. Mosa Fett. Her name is inscribed on the Mirror of Vane, which means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. In fact, technically, it's a metaphorical Snapchat because it doesn't even exist. But that's not the point. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes and get a discount on all of our...
Asticon is being far too kind. Confound them.
And get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, oh yes, meow, you know? Asticon, excuse me. Excuse me. Confound thee. Can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive, massive thank you to Asticon. Asticon, thank you very much for donating and contributing to 23%, 25%, 25%. Can't see properly in that one. 23%. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind. Goatee. I'm very confused by your message, Asticon, but I do very much deeply love and appreciate you, you beautiful being. God damn it. You people spoil the fuck out of me, you really do. Where was I? There we go. This is why MacGyver had to stop showing real mechanics, because people might actually learn how to build a bomb from it. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Thing is, just phrasing probably by calling it risks. It's more a focus on lack of examining their motivation to read those stories. Since we're talking about examining why people choose their kinks, etc., to be factored. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I think I misunderstood the first time around, but I get what you're saying. Absolutely. Gotta blame the rock music. The Dee Snider from Twisted Sister in the 80s had a really, really eloquent statement in court about rock music and how it was all bullshit. Music doesn't work that way. Individuals, influencers do, as in the phrase, they influence, but music as a whole does not. Love horror generally, and don't worry that my tastes have tended darker at times. I'm pretty comfortable with the answer of being pleasure, and that pleasure is a whole answer. I think horror is probably close enough to dark romance, and it has some overlap. Absolutely, for sure. For sure.
It's a raid. Flee!
Oh,
flee.
my lordy, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside Dream, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Oh, my lord, it's the bloody pirates are coming in here. Good lord. Ouch, my fucking lips. Ooh, lordy. What have you been doing with your lips? Tell me now. Pylor, tell me now. What exactly have you been doing your lips? Welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. How are you doing, you happy-go-lucky scammers of individuals? I can now close the tab that had Francois on here. Francois has managed to sneak in, because I know that Francois usually finishes as I have turned off my raids. But not there tonight. Not tonight, Satan. How you doing, Fraz? How's it going? You were playing some pirate gold shenanigans when I left your stream, but I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing okay. Hope it's all right. You'll have to ask chat. They have subverted the raid. Subverted, I say. What have you done with your lips, friends? What have you been doing with your lips? Hold on, let me snooze the ads so that you don't get ads just as you arrive in. What have you been doing with your lips? We've been talking about dark romance, taboo, kinks, all kinds of dynamics. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, plaster finger. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal pervert. That as well. But I'm actually a colossal filth wizard, and I don't like to corrupt the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. It's not what I'm about. No. Not all. By any stretch of the imagination. Friends of mine, go and check out the glorious Francois. Also known as Fraz. Fraz is absolutely amazing. Glorious individual. One of my top viewed streams. Because I fucking love the stuff that he gets up to. Plays an awful lot of retro games, but tends to play entire franchises of games.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
A fart is a pleasant, belly-easing thing. It warms the winter bed and kills the flea. From quiet, short, or loud enough to sing, to toxic clouds that ruin company. It strikes in open fields or elevators, a silent, deadly, or a harmless puff. It finds us all, both lovers and creators, and leaves us gasping when we've had enough. For king or clown, it mocks our human pride, a brief release of what we hide inside.
What an eloquent poem about a little body burp you have given us, Big Gay Bear. What an eloquent poem about a cheeky little body burp. There we go. Is your TTS Julie Andrews? Maybe, Christine. Maybe. Who knows? Just a very robotic Julie Andrews. Friends, go and check out Fraz. Fraz plays, as I was saying, plays entire franchises of games. They've been working through the Rayman games. I fucking loved their Abe's Odyssey playthrough. They are currently revisiting Pirates Gold. Gold. Always believe in your soul. You've got the pirate to go. You're in the booty-oo. Always believing. The usual kind of thing. And yeah, just absolutely great place to hang out. I love it over there. However, they do come up with some of the most unhinged dad jokes that you've ever seen. They even managed to convince me to do a dad joke. And I resent them for it. Not just Fraz, all of them. The entire community. Alright? All you beautiful new raiders, I resent you for making me do dad jokes. Okay? I resent that. God damn it. You will frequently see me in Fraz's stream. Frequently. I fucking love it over there. Anyway, welcome on in, Fraz. If you need to disappear off, Fraz, if you need to go grab a snaffly treat, go grab some kind of delightful beverage, please go do so. Please look after yourself. Please do what you need to do, you cheeky little devil. And that goes for your wonderful community as well. Because as much as I thoroughly love all of your love and attention, your dedicated pandering to the whims of my excessive beauty, especially considering you rated in with 69 viewers, which we always have 69 viewers here. Doesn't matter what it says in the number down there, we always have 69 viewers. Always, no matter what. But if you need to go do what you need to do, please do what you need to do. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Fraz. I appreciate you. One day, I'm going to come up, I'm going to stroke that sexy little face of yours. I'm going to be like, oh, you little chicken, little devil, little Francois. It's true. It's true. Fraz, are you thinking of going to TwitchCon in Berlin next year? Perchance. Perchance. I know you went this year, but are you already planning for next year? Perchance.
Pander to my ego, pander to it, pander to it!
Your dad joke was even more appreciated. 3.
Don't make this worse, Ananda. Don't you make this worse, Ananda. God damn it.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking. I haven't seen your name in chat. No, I have. Supple the Smoking Siren. Welcome on in. How you doing? I have more cherry Pepsi and ready to hang. You are very, very welcome here. Welcome here, you beautiful being. I don't call people out normally, but you'd already said hi, so I feel like it's all right. I feel that's okay. Do you know what I mean? You got to meet him. You will as well. Oh my God. I will. 1000%. Cool. Now, I will say that it might be an interesting one for me because the TwitchCon weekend next year, next May, is the week before my Ken event, and next year we're making Ken even bigger than it was this year. So there is a good chance I'm going to be running around like a fucking headless chicken, but I am looking to be there. I am looking to fucking be there. Genuinely, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. But that is going to be good. That is going to be good. Let's snooze the ads one more time. Give people a chance to come and hang out with us and see what I'm all... Oh, yeah. Hi, friends. How's it going? I'm Valen Vane. Vane by name, Vane by nature. Deep as a puddle in summer, to the point where, you know, if they brought around cloning, I'd literally go fuck myself. I am a cabaret compere, a ethical hedonist, and a sex educator. I am all about excessive amounts of indulgence in an ethical kind of fashion, and I encourage you to do the same. Whatever your indulgences happen to be, whether they be copious amounts of rumpy-pumpy bumping uglies using a twister mat and olive oil for mild amounts of guidance, or whether they be sitting in front of an open fire listening to the rain pitter-patter against your cottage window while doing a shit ton of crochet. Whatever the scenario, you should indulge in it. You know? Yeah, I know. No worries, Tiny Dinky. You take it easy, you beautiful bean. Go and start dinner. I hope you have a snaffly dinner, you beautiful bean. And there's always 69 viewers on your stream because their feeling is mutual. Absolutely. Always. Because everybody is top and tail for sure. Love Berlin. The pest bird is the sparrow. A sparrow. It's so sweet. I love Berlin because of the Kit Kat Club. Anyway, jewelry making chainmail, do it. Indulge it. Indulge. Really, really enjoyed today. I'm very glad to hear it, Tiny Dinky. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. All those beautiful raiders, we are currently talking about the dynamics of dark fantasy, dark smut, and where the dynamics of, or dark romance, dark smut, and where the dynamics of fantasy meet reality. Don't have problem sharing here, just have to ask the message to be screened by a mob before I send juice content. Alec, if you stick it in the Discord, my friend, I will happily read it after stream. As much as I very much appreciate you being open to share, if I derail this conversation anymore, I don't even know. I've got so many little curveballs. I'm like trying to talk about stuff. But yeah, if you can stick it in the Discord, I would genuinely really appreciate it because I'd be interested to read it. For sure. Midgard, how you doing? How's it going? My home life was like that. Val and I grew up with a very dysfunctional home, and I almost got to the point where you'd almost expect a full-blown argument. where things were actively thrown at me as a kid. My mother called debates. It was a wild time. Yeah, so that entire thing came from the fact that I had a relationship when I was in my 20s. There was 3 years. We lasted 3 years, and in those 3 years, we had 3 arguments. And one of those arguments was about the fact that we didn't argue enough. Just catching everybody up. Elisa, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. Welcome on in, you cheeky little devil. Not thought about Slenderman since the movie came out and it bombed. That doesn't surprise me. I genuinely thought they'd integrated the Slenderman into Doctor Who with the silence. I thought that would happen, but it didn't. Slenderman stabbing was on the 31st of May 2014. Jesus Christ. Mrs. Pigeons will finally have a groom. Exactly. What more do you need, Sway, right? Everyone loves the pigeons. Everyone loves the pigeons. And then all these beautiful raiders coming in. First, the explanation of my discovery of moral inclination in the venting channel. It can be seen, as I am not sure it would be appropriate in the chat. I don't want to cause issues. Alec, you beautiful being, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will definitely read it after stream because I am genuinely interested. Valen, what did you do with your finger? My finger, Night Dweller. I was scrubbing down the inside of a pressure cooker thing, an air fryer. That's what the word I'm looking for. I was scrubbing down the inside of an air fryer with, like, you know, the sponges that are made out of wire, wire sponge, and it got caught on something because I was being a bit reckless, and I went, ha! Oh, for fuck's sake! And it sliced through my finger. It actually sliced through that finger, and where else did it slice? Nowhere of any import. Oh no, and slightly across this finger, and slightly across here. I can see where it, evidently I went, sup. But these ones didn't bleed, but this one did. This one bled like a little bitch. God damn it. Pain in the hoop. Pain in the hoop. It was bad. It was bad. So I managed to strap it all up and what have you. And to be honest with you, I think it's probably fine to take this off now. It was literally, because it's one of those thin cuts. So it just needed to be put in place so that it's like heal up properly. I'll show you. Squeamish things, if you're bad with scabs. If you're bad with scabs, now is a good time to go make a cup of tea. I'm literally going to be 3 seconds if you just want to look away from the screen. That is perfectly fine, right? Boop. Also, the reason why my finger is like this is because I have no tendons here, because I snapped them about 10 years ago. I snapped the tendons in my finger when I was playing football. I was playing football and I was in goal, and instead of catching the ball, I pointed at it and it went and snapped my tendons. So now I have my finger is like, my finger is always pointing off to the left. Not a dad joke. I know, it's disgusting. Disgusting, I tell you. We've come here for sinspiration. Don't worry, I can definitely provide that. Definitely provide that for sure. For sure. We're dastardly at that. Oh my god, Aeon Unleashed. Come on. Come on. Don't let friends do dad jokes. Exactly, most of it. Exactly. Ananda, also, thank you very much for the 200 panderings. I appreciate that. Also, did somebody... Oh, no, sorry. I got it. I got it. Or somebody did something, but they didn't. It's all good. Flattered to be called out. Happy to hang. Have good fun. I appreciate that very, very much, you beautiful bean. We tend to have good fun here. We tend to have good fun here, for sure. My friend dropped off an ice cap at work for me. What is an ice cap? Rusted Reverie. Always 6ix9ine viewers, for sure. On your stream because the feeling is mutual. Exactly. Absolutely. Let's go, my friends. No worries, Tiny Dinky. You take it easy. Jewelry making and chainmail, for sure, for sure. I've actually got a shitload of chain upstairs because I was making, at one stage I was making body chains. I wore a lot of body chains at Ken this year. I was making body chains and that was fucking great. Also, Jamjar, I realized that we sort of had the conversation around dark romance and dark smut and what have you, but I don't actually know whether that answered your question. Did it answer your question? You redeemed the Ask Valen a sex question, so I assume that we did to a certain degree, for sure. If you would like to talk about it some more or would like to ask anything else around it, you're welcome to do so, you know? Just want to go to Berlin to experience the dungeon scene. Honestly, Supple, I would like to go and experience all of those elements. I don't think I will do that on the same weekend as TwitchCon. What I am much more likely to do is maybe do one of them on the same weekend as TwitchCon and then spend the rest, like, then go back for like an actual full Berlin experience, you know? Go and experience the ins and outs, per se, of the wonders of Berlin. I seem to remember the Berlin Fetish Weekend is the beginning of May, is it not? Sway, where are you? Sway knows these things. Sway, there you are. Beware the urethral probes. Why would I beware of those things? I can be well up for a bit of sounding. Do you know what I mean? Too many Twitch people in the dungeons could be awkward. Not for me. I talk about this shit very openly on stream. It wouldn't be awkward for me. Might be awkward for other people. Wouldn't be awkward for me. I'd be like, all right, game on. How you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. You know? Is that club where one partakes in chocolate? The Kit Kats? Yes. Indeed. You only been to the Kit Kat Club in London? I want to go to the Kit Kat Club in Berlin because it's the OG. It's the original Kit Kat Club. There's a Kit Kat Club in London? Yes. Well, there was. I don't know if it's still there, actually. Is that where they're doing Chat Noir? I don't know. I don't know. I've been dead impressed by where this next question has gone today. Yeah, it's been really good. It's been really, really good. Some of the sex education questions like really open up some very, very interesting conversations for sure. Love to go to a TwitchCon one day. Sounds amazing. Well, the next one is the 20. Well, the next one in the Europe, in the Europe, is May the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Or the 22nd and 23rd. The reason why I say 21st is because the 21st will be the partner party, and I will be wanting to go to that. So, yeah, the May one will be, or May 2027 will be the 22nd and 23rd. So you have, if you are interested and it's something you want to do and what have you, you have an entire year to start saving up and what have you. I will say that because of these conventions and stuff, hotels tend to put their prices up. So you may want to get a hotel sooner over later. But, you know. You hate summer, your room is very hot in a bad way? Oh, Lisa, that's the worst. I hate the summer too. Where the sun rises, it hits my bedroom. Like immediately. As the sun rises, it hits my bedroom. So I end up cooking in the morning. It's the worst. You know, fingering an air fryer. Got it. Yeah, her name was Sandra. See what you've done, Francois? See what you've done? See what you've done? I blame you entirely for this, all right? You come in here, you fucking dad joke energy just perforates my existence. You shit. All right, henceforth, I am never using a wire sponge. To be fair, the sponges are good, Astacon. The only thing I would say is don't rag at them like I did. If it gets caught on something, like find out where it's caught and untangle it. I just get impatient, okay? I just get impatient, as you all well know. I'm like, I just want to fucking do this thing immediately. Oh, for fuck's sake. I have sliced myself up. You know? Generally speaking, I did continue using the wire sponge, and it worked fucking amazingly. You greatly underestimate how clumsy I am. This wasn't clumsiness. This wasn't clumsiness. I don't think you could really injure yourself being clumsy with that stuff. It was entirely my own frustration that caused me. This was a consequence of my own actions. Do you know what I mean? Me slicing up my finger was a consequence of my own actions. It had nothing to do with the wire sponge. You know? Well, what did we learn? What did we learn is I need to be more patient when washing shit up. But I was busy. I had other things that needed to be done. Impatience. I am very good at being patient with the vast majority of social situations. Not all, but 99% of social situations, I can be as patient as they come. I'm just like, cool, that's really interesting. Take a step back. All right, I disagree with that, but okay, let's see how it goes. This is extremely frustrating. Okay, that's the thing. I can do that. I can do that for a certain period of time. There is a limit. But I can do that for social situations. When it comes to inanimate objects, however, dear fucking Lord, why can the inanimate object not just do what it's meant to do? Why can it not just do what it's meant to do? What the ever fuck? Right? So as I understand, it's more like a wannabe one that's showing Cabaret. One with salary bowls, etc. I've been a bit confused by everything. I can't explain it well. Okay, interesting. Don't lie, you were creating a finger puppet theater of Hitman garrotting and it went too far. Shit. The best thing was, it was a finger puppet theater of Hitman garrotting through the medium of pornography. Because why would I not do it within pornography, Francois, alright? Metal scourers are a pain. They certainly can be. I've used metal scourers for fucking years and I've never had an issue like this before. It's just me being stupid, me being impatient, you know? Heating up well by the looks of things. That's the thing, is I taped it up real quick. So, because I knew that like a thin slice like that, if you tape it up quickly, then the sides will heal very quickly together, you know? Don't leave it out. You'll be fine. You know about the movie, and someone told me about the live Cabaret, and someone mentioned the one actually in Berlin. It's been a whole mess. Oh, good lord. That is a nothing cut. It doesn't even talk. I know. That's because I taped it up quickly enough, all right? I needed to shut it up. Didn't want it telling everybody about my embarrassment. I don't feel embarrassed. But that's not the point. Do you know what I mean? Why would you do that? Because it was annoying me. Alexandra? 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 You know. I know that you know. I don't think you've ever even told me about a situation. However, I know you well enough to know that there will have been a situation where something inanimate will have done something and you will have got impatient and you will have injured yourself because of it. I feel like we are very similar in that regard. All right. There will have been moments where something will have done something that it wasn't meant to fucking do and you got impatient with it and you hurt yourself because of it. All right. Broke a finger playing football in high school. Or are you talking about my my poking a football? Or poking a soccer ball? Poking a football. The finger is unhinged? It definitely is, yeah. I broke a snooty bitch's finger in elementary school because she deserved it for flipping me off in the face. I mean, I don't encourage violence. But I'm presuming that was quite a while ago. And I was definitely a more passionate man in every emotion when I was a teenager, you know. Nice cappuccino. Ooh. Yes, it is. Too many Twitch people in the dungeons could be awkward. Yeah, I'd find it very, very interesting. Other people might get it problem. Do you know what I mean? Game on getting the rods out. But, you know, combine the sounding rod with a violet wand and we could have some interesting times. That's all I'm going to say. All right. Those moments and not the sounds of silence. Confound thee, Ananda. Confound thee. Yeah, sounds of hello fun stuff, my old friend. I'm here to sound you once again. When I poke you inside the piss hole, I will take it very, very slow, and you'll feel it through your urethral tube with a little lube. It was the sound of sounding. Yeah, that's the one. There's still one in London. Looks like I know where I'm going next before I venture up to Ken again. Yeah. As a hotel auditor, I can attest. Oh, cool. I remember there used to be one in London, but I haven't heard about it in a while, so I wasn't sure whether the Kit Kat Club in London still existed. Pretty sure there isn't a Kit Kat in London. Looks like it might be a cabaret inspired by it. Okay, interesting. I know that Chat Noir is currently in London, which is meant to be a 20s to 30s prohibition style cabaret that's supposedly very, very good. I haven't seen it yet, but it's very expensive, so that's the reason why. I don't know what other Kit Kats are like, but the Berlin one was prolifically difficult to get into. Really? Okay, cool. So I need to message ahead and be like, hey, have you noticed that I'm very famous now? I'm very famous. I'm very famous. You should let me into the Kit Kat Club because I am very look at how famous I am. Look at the fame. Here, would you like me to lactate you some fame? Have some fame. There we go, fame. Sure, if your arm like a raccoon drawn in a trap? Exactly that. Also refuse to ever wear a ring for the same reason. I sleep in these rings. These two never come off my fingers. These two never ever come off my fingers. It's not the real Kit Kat Club because of the cabaret show. They temporarily called it Kit Club. I see. So it was based off of Cabaret the Musical, which is based off of the Kit Kat Club. I see. Okay. This reminds me of the 3 times they used the wire scrubber as a dress material on Drag Race and getting sliced up. Oh my lordy. I have not seen any of the Drag Race. I've not seen any drag races ever. I have had no interest in seeing them. And I know people that have been on Drag Race. And that's where I'm going to leave that story alone. I know people who have been on Drag Race. And I have heard stories. So I'm just not going to... I don't like to enable that. Pulling hard is not always the answer. You need to jiggle it good. That is true. That is very, very true for sure. Bit of air fryer fingers, S&M. Some real edge play, you know, when you've got it, when you end up with a sliced finger. Fucking hell. You people are the worst. The worst, I tell ya. The worst. You know, Google Link was refusing to load it properly. Good. Evil Marksman, how you doing? How's it going? I've decided you would make a good Dune character. Arrakis. Muad'Dib. Dune. I would make a fantastic Dune character, Evil Marksman, if it wasn't for the sand. I have had sand in crevices that I do not want sand in ever again. I would be very, very thirsty. And I know full well that the new Dune... I fucking love the new Dune movies, by the way. Or so far, anyway. But the stealth suits from the 1984 Dune were excellent. Can I show you a good picture of them? Not from the new one. From the old one. There it is. This is the picture I want. Yes. Yes, because it has Sir Patrick Stewart in it. Oh, God, it's like a BDSM nightclub that I've been to. Everyone's in neck-to-ankle gimp suits. They're loving it. The Kinkster must awaken! Love it. Fucking love it. I will say that the 1984 version of Dune was a product of its time. They also added a cosmic fuckton of things into it that they didn't need to add into it, but they did for the sake of the movie for some unknown fucking reason. I really enjoyed it. However, the new movies are fucking excellent. Absolutely fucking excellent. The boy band we didn't know we needed. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, the old stealth suits. Still suits is what they're not stealth suits, are they? They're still suits. Yeah. The Kit Kat Club in London is not a fetch club. No. Dungeons and Twitchings aren't mutually exclusive. This is true. This is true. Unless you are part of this community.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
What is the difference between a sock and a camera? One takes 5 toes and one takes photos.
You bided your time, Grito. You bided your time. You waited. You waited in the murk, the fog of the chat, waiting for me to let my guard down. And then out of nowhere, you fucking right in my anus, wearing me like a fucking sock puppet with your dad joke right there. Fucking hell. I can take 5 toes. Weird eyebrows. Oh, sway. I didn't know that about you. Took a while. Still suits, like still for alcohol, but you're distilling sweat, spit, breathing in urine. Yes. Yeah, still suits. That's all. Thank you very much, Alec, for the confirmation of that. Anus Abush. Exactly. Van, but what about Drag Race? So this Thursday at 7 p.m. BST, we're going to be playing a game called Drag Her, which is the Street Fighter of drag battles. It's a computer game, and I will be in full drag for that on Thursday. That's one of the reward streams that I'm doing for people smashing fucking donation goals. So, you know. Something you said just triggered the Google AI on your phone? Oh, no. Mine keeps popping up every so often. Just the way I enunciate things, evidently. You had tickets and a press pass, and you almost didn't get in? Jesus Christ, Sway. That's wild. That is actually wild. You should tell the Kit Kat doorman that you partake in all the available Kit Kat flavors. No, I'll be even worse, Panda Jin. I'll tell them that if they don't let me in, then I'll eat a Kit Kat from the side without breaking the pieces in two. They wouldn't know how to handle that, you know? The worst lies, you lovers. Bold, one truckable. Bold of you to assume such things with dad jokes flying around like that. God damn it. Gotta say hi Mel, how you doing? New Dune's actually been done well. I fucking love the new Dune movies. Fucking love them. Big fan. The only movie that I have seen that I would say is better than the new Dune movies in like the past decade is Nosferatu. Because Nosferatu was a masterpiece. An artistic masterpiece. Valen is Anakin Skywalker. Eris, why would you insult me like that? Why would you do that to me? The Valen must awaken. Exactly. Those look right, don't they, Christine? The old still suits looked fucking great. And Barnacle Bum, welcome on in. How you doing, you beautiful individual? Anus Boucher, exactly. Going to download again. Only this time I won't end up as a fifth wheel. On the bright side, I did break the limerence I had. They had a munch. They had a munch at Download Festival? Oh my god. What the fuck? The Dragon Drag Race? Good lord. Anus, the Peruvian secret. Is that where they store? You can store your Peruvian secret in my Anus. June's one of my special interests, and I went so dang hard into all the lore tech for over decades. Yeah. I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. It's a really hard book to read. I can't read the book. I've tried several times, but I can't read the book. But the universe is fascinating. The universe is a really, really cool universe. Alexander Devonport. Hello, you beautiful individual. If we've got a mod available, could I get a shout for Alexander Devonport, please? I'd appreciate that. Mr. Vane, you good? Are we doing dad jokes? No, please, no. A photon was in an airport with no luggage. When asked about this, they said, I'm traveling light. Oh, God. And I've just given you a shout out. I feel off. No worries. See you later, Franz. You take it easy, beautiful being. People go and check out Alexander Devonport. Alexander Devonport is a phenomenal and exquisite artist. One of the most talented painters that I've ever fucking seen. Absolutely sensational. Sensational human being. Also dresses like a wizened and educated bon vivant individual. I have deep appreciation. If wizards lived in this world, Alexander Devonport would be one of them. I have no doubt in my mind. Favorite drag names are Bag of Chips and Asia Consent. The Raven, my favorite drag name of local drag artists is Fanny, Nice and Tight. And in the UK, Fanny means something different from America. America means your backside. In the UK, it means your front side. AI is one of the features I will aggressively disable on all devices. Software will let me. Absolutely agree with you, Hewin, and I do my absolute best to do the same. But unfortunately, every single time there's a fucking update, they turn all the AI back on again. There is genuinely an issue at the moment that's going on TikTok, which is it doesn't happen with all because it's not happened on mine, but there is a genuine issue where TikTok has a feature where AI can remix your videos, or people can use AI to remix your videos, and you can turn it off, but you have to turn it off on each individual video after you've posted it, and TikTok will occasionally go against European GDPR rules and just turn it back on again. Just turn it back on again. Yes, claim to be Catholic for AI. Claim to be Jewish for funerals. That was something my dad always told me. So my father, Papa Vane, said that he was like, when I die, if I die in a hospital or I die in a care center or anything like that, when I die, I want you to tell them that I'm Jewish. And I said, why? Because my dad has been a Catholic his entire life, and he's a very passionate Catholic, not a dickhead Catholic, an actual just genuinely believes in loving each other kind of Catholic, you know? And I said, why do you want to be called, told that they're Jewish? And he was like, because in the Jewish faith, they have to be buried within 3 days. And I don't want you and the rest of the family waiting around for them to release my body for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks so that you can fucking bury me. Just tell them I'm Jewish, get me out, get me in the ground, and then you can all get on with your lives. And I was like, fair. Fair. Wise man. Absolutely. I think it's a great fucking call. Some Catholics actually believe in helping people. I know they do. They do. It's true. Hard to believe, but it's true. And being toothless can't eat Kit Kats precisely anymore. Just suck on them like a straw, supple the smoking siren. That's the way my friend always used to use Kit Kats. He would snap off, bite off one end, bite off the other end, stick it in a mug of tea, and then use the Kit Kat as a straw and slurp the tea through the Kit Kat. But now they claim they are stopping the third. Oh, really, Alec Wallace? I thought they were in production for the third Dune movie, but I didn't realize they were cancelling all production on it. Fucking hell. Sam the Ninja, how you doing? Welcome on in. How's it going? What are we yapping about today? We have just been yapping about dark fantasy, dark romance, dark smut, where fantasy meets reality, the dangers of taboo, and the dangers of the allure of taboo, where kink meets normality, and the normalization of kinks being pushing more extreme kinksters to dangerous levels. And now we're talking about Kit Kats and how you slurp tea through them like a straw. You know, the usual kind of conversations we have on here. Have you seen Valen's tongue? He must be a Gungan. I do have a big tongue. I have a very long tongue. I can like touch the end of my nose and everything. I've got a really long tongue. All the better for tongue punching that fart box. All about the tongue for sure. It goes well with the fact that I can dislocate my jaw like a snake. You know. Valen is very sassy today. I am quite sassy today. Onion pencil. That's true. I never really thought about it, but I am. Absolutely. I'm working, but I heard broke my limerence. Ow! It's fascinating. I don't know what a limerence is, so yeah, absolutely. I did that. I broke it through excessive thrusting. No idea. Shell by Cobra, welcome on in. How's it going? How was your weekend? Very good, thank you very much. Yeah, I went for cocktails and vampires on Friday night, where a friend of mine has been we've been going around to her house and drinking cocktails in the themes of the characters from Interview with the Vampire. And myself, Swain the Rock Johnson, Killer Queen Rach, and our friend Lilia, we all had vegan sushi and cocktails and watched the finale of Interview with the Vampire Season 1 and started Interview with the Vampire Season 2. And in about 3 weeks' time, we're going to go back and watch some more episodes. But yeah. When is the start coming? I believe the first episode has already aired recently, or first episode has already aired in America. Don't know. I've been avoiding all spoilers, so I don't know. And then on Saturday, I played a lot of Cyberpunk. I tidied the fucking house down, which was excellent. And then I played a lot of Cyberpunk with some friends, which was like a Cyberpunk game that my friend has made. The other thing that's happened is that this has arrived. The Labyrinth adventure game, which is a game with dice. These are dice that we could go through together as a community at some stage. This was a gift off my throne wish list, with a bookmark and all that jazz. But I thought that maybe this could be a donation goal reward at some stage where we do this all on stream. So it's, from what I understand, it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. Not quite a TTRPG. I think it's like a choose your own adventure / TTRPG kind of thing. So I think that maybe for a donation goal reward at some stage, we'll put that up for the vote. And if people want to see it, then they can vote on it, and we'll do that on stream. I'll have to rig up a camera so that everyone can see what I am seeing, but I think it'll be worth it. You know? You think this still suit is part designed to seal in farts for stealth reasons and not wake the worm? I feel like the farts would detract from the worm's attacks. Maybe they're containing the farts so that they can use them as worm dissuasive advice. Intelligence. No. Technology. You know? Lapsed pagan. People at synagogue be very surprised. Absolutely. Always maintained I want to be buried with a curious artifact in the woods to confuse future archaeologists as a fun game. I've always maintained that when I die, I want to buy a field. With whatever money I have left, I want to buy a field. And the field needs to have a variety of different random trees in it.
Yeah, you subscribed. Most kind.
Voodoo Valentine Cheeky Devil.
9 whole months. Holy money.
Exactly. What we're going to call our baby, Voodoo Valentine. What we're going to call our baby. And in that field, I want to be buried at a random plot. And then I want the entire field to be overturned so nobody knows where I am. And on the fence of the field, there's going to be a little plaque that just says, "Don't grieve for Valen. He couldn't give less of a fuck." That's what I'm all about. That's what I'm all about. Not this other bullshit. The other option is highly illegal, but the other option, if it somehow becomes legal, is I would like to be stripped down to my skeleton and have my skeleton made into a piece of furniture. Now, that's not currently something that we're allowed to do, but I feel like that would be a fun thing to do. You know what I mean? Consumed by all manner of wildlife and then have my bones made into furniture. That could be quite fun. That could be quite fun. Voodoo Valentine. Oh, I should now inscribe your name upon the middle vein. Voodoo Valentine, your name is now inscribed upon the mirror vein, which means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? You cheeky little devil, you. You approve of Sassy Valen? I'm glad to hear it. You don't like wafers? Kit Kats are yucky. I am not a massive fan. Sometimes I get a real craving for them, but I'm not a massive fan, I have to say. Can pull a stitch with my tongue too. Can you tie a piece of string in a knot? I've used red vines, red licorice candies as straw when I was younger. Absolutely, but Jen Miss Joy, for sure. For sure. Standard progression of kinks to Kit Kats? Absolutely, for sure. Clarification. I meant the third is the last movie. They will not continue to tell the story past Children's of Dune. Oh, okay. Cool. My bad. Thank you very much for explaining. Do you know what it is? One True Cripple. Do you know when I said that you were like, I activated your Google AI against your will? It's when I say cool.
Little stalker.
I say that in quick succession, and suddenly the phone is like, did you ask for Google? Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful bean. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you beautiful bean. Very welcome indeed. Okay, so like, do you know what? I can work with that, to be honest with you, Alec. I feel like the first two movies, if they make the Dune movie series into a trilogy and stop there, I have a major issue with like movie franchises milking everything for the money. So them stopping at 3 movies actually works for me. That actually works quite well for me. You know? Use me like a Kit Kat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you see any games over the last 3 showcases catch your eye? Shell by Cobra. I don't watch showcases. Generally speaking, I find showcases to be extremely fucking boring. I also, for the few games that I'm genuinely interested in, I don't want any spoilers. If that makes sense. Like, I've been sent the trailer for the new Alien Isolation game, and I'm tempted to do like a YouTube live react to that. But I'm also tempted to not do it at all because I don't want any spoilers. I want to just kind of bumblefuck my way in and see what happens, you know? Generally speaking, I tend to get all of my game knowledge and suggestions from this community as to what they would like to see me play. One of the big things that I think also plays into it for me personally is the fact that I don't play games new. Because the community, I found that the vast majority of people on Twitch in the 7 years that I have been doing this The vast majority of people on Twitch either have big streamers that they will always watch play the brand new games, or they don't want to watch anybody because they want to play the games themselves. And as a result, every single time I play a brand new game on stream, my viewership fucking plummets because people either have already seen it to death or don't want any spoilers. And I'm not the only one. I've seen that happen with a hell of a lot of other streamers where they're like, oh my god, I'm so excited about this new game. And it's like, yeah, that's really cool. It's a brand new game. That's fantastic. But unless you are one of the few people that people actively want to see you play that specific game, the vast majority of people will lose the numbers. Well, their numbers will plummet. And as it is my job, I kind of have to pay attention to that, you know? Limerence is the mental state of being madly in love or intensely infatuated when reciprocated of the feeling... when reciprocation of the feeling is uncertain. It is a state that is characterized by intrusive thoughts and idolization of loved ones, typically with a desire for reciprocation to form a relationship. Ah, okay. I got you. More strongly for some people with ADHD. Yes. And BPD. That's another one that they can struggle with that as well. Borderline personality. AUEPD. AU? No. BPD, borderline personality disorder. They changed it to EUD. Is what they changed it to. Emotionally unstable disorder. Because, you know, that's so much better than borderline personality disorder. Limerence is a bitch to deal with too. Yeah. Looking fantastic move. Day by King. Absolutely. Played some Gibbous, a Cthulhu adventure over the weekend. It's very silly. I enjoyed it. We started playing it, and then people didn't want to see it. So, is it in the game vote for tomorrow? I ask myself. Let's have a look. What are the game votes for this week? Tomorrow we have Graveyard Keeper, Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance Tactics. Oh, Gibbous is in there for tomorrow's things. Procession of Cavalry and There Is No Game Wrong Dimension. And then on Wednesday even, we have If on a Winter's Night for Travelers, The Forest, the original Alien vs. Predator game, Mag Runner, Dark Impulse, or Call of the Elder Gods. Those are the 5 for Wednesday. For those people that are new here, on Tuesdays and Wednesday afternoons, I play games, but we chat for about an hour to 2 hours, and then we play a game, and the game is voted for by whoever is in that stream at that time. So if you want to vote on those games, then you've got to turn up to that stream tomorrow, or turn up to that stream on Wednesday. Similar to the old Steve Jackson, Ian Livingstone books. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about this book. I just know that it's an adventure game that was bought on Throne by two delightful individuals, Stupedia and... oh, their name has slipped my mind, and that's really shit. Embodity. That was it. Stupedia and Embodity were the two that contributed towards buying this. I saw the Backrooms and enjoyed it. It was creepy and unsettling. Oh, the movie Backrooms? Yeah, I would like to see that at some stage, because I quite like the Backrooms mythos, as it were. Do you know what I mean? What's the full name of the Labyrinth game? It's called Labyrinth, the Adventure Game. Through dangers untold and hardships unnumbered, I have fought my way here to the castle beyond the Goblin City and take back the child you have stolen. For my will is as strong as yours, and my kingdom is as great. You have no power over me. And the best thing is, if you open this up, the actual book is like Sarah's book from the movie, which I thought was really fucking cool. I'm gonna sneeze. Nope, it's just gonna sit in the back of my nasals. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. The whole community joins the song, exactly. Just want to be cremated and thrown away. When I was going to the music festival last year, the person I wanted to asked if we were being invited by them. Just thought it'd be a fun time, but didn't quite understand the reason for the question. That's fair. That is fair. I have, talking back to about music and the Labyrinth, myself and Chunk went to see the Labyrinth in concert last year, which was where they played the entire movie, but all of the music had been taken out of the movie, and they played the music live on stage in front of us, which was fucking amazing. Such a great experience. Maybe do a Casio skeleton in the meantime. There's a mold for furniture until legalities change. Yeah, why not? Why not? And we can get you cremated and shoot you out of a cannon. You could, but where would be the fun in that? I wouldn't be alive. If you're gonna get shot, if I'm gonna get shot out of a cannon, I want to be alive when that happens. All right? I want to be alive when that happens. When I die, I want my best friend to find someone who looks really like me and dress them in my clothes, and then halfway through the funeral, have them burst in, run up to the coffin, and go, "Oh, thank goodness! I made it in time. Wake up! Wake up! It really sucks if they bury us." That's fucking hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Have I told you about the story with my grandparents? Have I ever told you about the story of my grandparents? And the way that my grandparents are buried? Got tongue envy. I got a short, flat tongue, but it makes more sense. Funny story, Mum said she wanted her ashes rolled in cheese and eaten in respect. I said, sure, I'd do that. She then said, I'm only joking. What the hell? I was like, well, look, I'm just respecting your last wishes, all right? Just respecting your last wishes, right? I have cremation jewelry picked out for the kids. Past that, I haven't made a big decision. The list of drag artists acceptable for my post-mortem brows and nails. That's hilarious. Trilogies work best. Just leave it at 3. I couldn't agree more. Fucking could not agree more. The most a movie franchise should ever be is 3. There's a very, very rare exception every so often, but usually 3. 4th is completely different from the previous books. There's some 10,000 years in the future dealing with religion and empires and cloning in ways that were quite unique. Okay, that's interesting. Even then, I still think leaving it at 3. Leave that stuff for the books, for the people that are interested enough to read the books, you know? Solid topic you might want to talk about. Maybe I will do it at some stage. For sure. God Emperor of June is quite possibly my favorite of the series. Oh, right, okay. Perhaps the one I posted in Discord has likely no spoilery things from what I saw. I will probably, if I'm gonna do a live reaction, Eris, I'll watch the full trailer. Speaking of games, Limerence is a new game. Oh, there's actually a game called Limerence, yeah. Happens a lot of streamers with new games I've seen. Yes, that's the reason why I don't play them. I literally bought Silksong the day it came out. The day it came out, because I fucking loved Hollow Knight. It was great. And the other game that I will buy probably the day it comes out is God of Lust, which is Lust for Darkness, the last in the game series of Lust for Darkness. And I am keen to play that. Oh no, is it Lust for God? It's like Lust for Darkness, Lust from Beyond. I think the last one's Lust for God. And yeah, I'll probably play that because I fucking love the Lust for Darkness game. Lust from Beyond had some good bits in it. But you know, somewhere Jay Britton's ears are twitching. Good. So they bloody should be. I like a game called Limerence about dating AI. Oh, is that what you're talking about? Is that what this is all about? Ah, okay. The newest game I've seen play recently is Librarian. I can't stop playing it. All you do is organize the library. Oh, yeah, I know. I know for what I've seen many people play it. I think Classic Junkers played it, actually. But you can complete it very, very quickly. The one that got me was the fact that somebody played the library organizer simulator with no powers. They literally went through book by book and organized it all without magic, without any of the extras. Which I was like, that is gluttonous for punishment. Didn't know they changed the name of BPD. That's wild. They went further away from what it is. Oh, right. So yes, Supple, the smoking siren. From what I understand, they changed the name from BPD, borderline personality disorder, because they felt that borderline implies that it's borderline psychotic, which is what the implication was. It was like borderline psychotic personality disorder. As in, there are times when people with BPD can approach the realms of psychosis with the states that they unfortunately are manifest at times. They changed it to EUPD, EUD, which is emotionally unstable disorder, to try and get away from the taboo that comes with BPD. And it's like, you've just been more insulting to them. But okay, sure. Sure. Procession of Cavalry is amazing. If that's Go-Void, your side will be in orbit. Okay. That's the reason why I got it. It was on sale, and I was like, oh, that looks really, really interesting. It looks very Monty Python-esque. So, yeah, I'm well up for it. Well up for it. How did you learn of it? I thought it was talking about Games Fest that's been happening in the week. Oh, I have got no ideas. I do not watch any of the Game Fest stuff. I have been approached by... Do you know what? I've got to a point as well, friends, where I am probably not going to start engaging anymore in Next Fest stuff. Unless a demo really, really, really grabs my attention, I'm probably not going to engage in it. It used to be once a year, and that was quite a fun thing to do once a year. But now they do it like every fucking 6 months or whatever, every 3 months. Next Fest, more demos, Next Fest. And I'm just like, I've got better things to do with my time. Fighting Fantasy Books by Jackson Livingston. Yeah. It's all my favorite movie. Yeah. Made me in such a way that it's like the scene from War of the Worlds. That's hilarious. Just spray you around all over the place. I heard that on the radio the other day that someone who loved cars got his friend to spread his ashes on his fave burnout street and to do the skid marks on him. That's wild. Doesn't surprise me though. For sure. No worries, Grio. You take it easy. Oh, Grio, I will reject your whimsical facts so you can get all those points back, you beautiful bean. I got so distracted I completely forgot about it. So you get all those points back. You can claim another time, you beautiful bean. I'm putting off watching June because I intensely dislike Timothy Shalamala Ding Dong's face. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. They are great. They're great movies. Regardless of what it is, they are fucking great movies. I'm going to make a let's keep in touch card for my funeral with little planchette next to my picture for Ouija. That's hilarious. For fucking Ouija boards. That's amazing. Silence, do not disturb all the time, so you best believe my soul is connecting on D&D Afterlife too. That's hilarious. That was Jess, the Supreme Librarian. You got the achievement for no magic. No way, really, Standard. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. A lot of people use BPD when they talk about bipolar disorder, and it's caused a lot of confusion. Yes, yeah, it has indeed. Bipolar is different from borderline personality. And when I first heard BPD, I genuinely thought bipolar, and then I learned, because that's what we do. We read and we learn and we do more interesting things, you know. Hey, how insulting they are to people who are actually struggling. I'm just glad they changed PCOS to PMOS to get rid of the cystic, because most people who suffer from it deal with more endometriosis and cysts. Yes. We were talking about that the other day, actually, Smoking Siren, where it was like the cysts in polycystic ovary syndrome are only one of the many ways it manifests. So yes, it is good to have changed it to PMOS, for sure. June 4, all good and very cool. Just wanted to share the difference, see if it made a difference for any of you. Understand that I can't argue with that take on series. I'd reopen my wound then, but I haven't. Yeah, I think that the problem is with movies generally is they very quickly get old. And what I find is that the more movies that are in a franchise, the more they cut corners to make money. They stop giving a shit about the actual story. They just care about the money. Money, 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 money. Oh, fuck it. Just get rid of all this shit. Let's just go for the money. It's like, but this is the stuff that the fans love. Yeah, fuck it. Doesn't matter. They're going to watch it anyway because they're fans of the franchise. So just fucking spin it off. Don't matter. Don't matter. ADHD really needs renaming to describe its pathology rather than its symptoms. Some of its symptoms. I'm not getting involved in that. I'm not getting involved in that. Anyway, friends. Friends, I've been streaming for 4 hours. We are going to go raid somebody. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual. Because that's the way. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I like it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But before we do that, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw out some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Friends, if you could stick around for the raid, I would really, really appreciate it. Even if it's on like 5-10 minutes. Because we're going to go see somebody new. Go introduce you to new people. I love to do this. This is one of my favorite things to do is at the end of the stream, raid onto somebody to go show you to new people and show new people to the wonders of all of you, you know? Yeah, now. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream. All the stuff you do for me behind the scenes and all the stuff you do for this wonderful community. I genuinely really, really appreciate it. I couldn't do this shit without you. You are wonderful and spectacular. And I appreciate you giving up your time to be part of this ludicrous shenanigans, you know? Friends, as I said, we are going to go and throw some love at another delightful individual. If you could stick around for that raid, I would really, really, really appreciate it. So we can go throw some love at another wonderful human being. I want to go see somebody that we haven't seen in a while. Let's have a look if there is anybody around. Ooh. Like I said, friends, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would appreciate it. Just to go and throw some love. How long have these people been streaming? We could go raid this person. Let's go raid this person. Let's go raid this person. Friends, we're going to go raid somebody we haven't raided in a very, 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 very... I think we've raided them once before. Once before. It was a fun time when we raided over there. It was a fun time when we raided over there. So it'd be nice to go throw them some love. Hewan, thank you very much for praising the mods. Nibberin! How are you doing, you beautiful mean? I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for throwing the raid messages in there. Friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message with our emotes in there. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message without our emotes in there. If you would like to use your own emotes, you are very welcome to do so. You are very, very welcome to do so. We're going to go raid somebody that we haven't raided in a very, very long time. So a lot of you beautiful individuals will be completely new to this person. Completely new to this delightful individual, so it'd be nice to go throw them some love and share the love around as we do. Do you know what I mean? Thank you for stream. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I genuinely really appreciate it. Excuse me. Friends, we're going to go and raid Vissy13. We're going to go raid Vissy13, who is a happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual. Like I said, we raided them a long time ago, and we had a great time when we were over there. They are delightfully chaotic. They're fun and games. They have a delightful hound that is currently sat right next to them. They have a fantastic style, and they're well into crafts. And I know a lot of you delightful individuals are well into crafts as well. Friends, if you're not in the raid up at the top that's popping up over the chart over there, then please click on the link that we have. I've just put in the chat here. We used to do shout outs for people, but that gives them a heads up that we're coming, and I don't want to do that. I don't like to give them a heads up. I like to pile in there and be like, hey, look at how amazing we are. That's fantastic. Fuck me. There are so many of you in here tonight. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I genuinely really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for the donations. Thanks so much for the follows. Thanks so much for hanging out and taking part in the conversation. To all you lurkers, thank you so much for lurking and giving me your attention. Thanks so much for being here. And thanks so much to all you beautiful people that are watching the VODs as well. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST, that's 1 p.m. British time, where we'll have 5 tantalizing little games for you to choose from. And if you want to vote on those games, then you have to be in stream to do that, you cheeky little devils. Friends, until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, it'll fucking kill you. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.